Don't get my dick out.
Good.
Your penis is out.
I think
Why
we
was
need
he
to
even out in the
start.
first place? What are we doing in here?
Dragons in each other's dungeons.
Yeah.
Showing
Okay.
us right all along.
Yeah. Alright, so last we had left off, you guys started the last session with a harpy attack on the village. Maybe like a dozen or so of them kind of swarming in, attempting to steal some sheep. These poor sheep, really, to be honest. Swooping in, attempting to kind of go off with these sheep. You guys were able to defend the village from these harpies, not without some sort of suffering though. Boktash did go down in the fight, suffered some pretty good wounds, but he held his ground very well against the harpies, like basically in a standoff with three of them for a time being while help kind of came. You saw a little bit of Gimdale's battle prowess, of how like skilled he is as a fighter, very quick, proficient. A little bit from the other villagers as well. You can see that you are just like a group of fighters. It's just kind of the Viking way in your world. After everything had kind of settled, you guys went about your business of kind of doing your own thing throughout the village. There was this brief little narrative moment between Gimdale and Kane, where he kind of made his way over and had a brief conversation with you that led to a little bit of a sparring session. Aside from all of that, preparations for little things around the village, the lumber mill still being in the works, and even at this point, 3 months later, it's still not fully completed, but is like getting ready to be damn near close. Just a little harder in this season to do construction type stuff. You guys had made some final preparations before winter. Some trade boats had made their way from Feldby to your guys' village here in Skalavik. Basically trading some wood, leathers, furs in preparation for winter, as well as getting ready for, like, and then in their part, like preparing their food reserves by coming and getting grain and stuff from you guys. And then, about 3 months or so passing from when we started the session before, winter was here. You're kind of like in the thick of it right now, to where it's right in the middle ground of winter. Like it's cold. It's not like by any means like frigid cold, but it is cold enough to make things uncomfortable, a little bit harder. You're having to kind of really look at your reserves and ration things out, making sure you have fires kind of going constantly to keep warm. And with the winter coming, arrived this very, very large visitor to your village. Appeared to be, from what Boktash and Brodnir could make, some sort of extremely large bear, a bear of size of which you had never really seen or dealt with before. So at this point, with the discovery you kind of just made, standing underneath the light from this kind of bright full moon, Brodnir and Boktash, you kind of look out at what you just learned is seemingly some large bear that killed not one but two of the sheep. You're investigating the fence, the blood, the tracks. You've kind of discerned that a very large bear had come through the village in the night and quickly killed two sheep. Wondering how it was so silent and the other animals weren't kind of alarmed by it by any means. It's a bit strange, but it's also very obvious of what happened. You can see this kind of trail of blood and some large tracks leading north. Will you go up there and tell the hell out, dude?
Speak for the animals being alerted.
Yeah.
I think the animals were.
Following this trail of blood as best you could before it started to get like too far, you can see that trail heads north. The tracks themselves easily, about like yay big around, like it just looks like the ground just kind of pushed in, but like through your guys' checks of like investigating and looking at it, you could see the different parts of like the depression into the snow of like where the claws had gone, the way that the paw is, and how it has like kind of one over to the side. Like it's very indicative of like a bear track, and you've seen them plenty of times before around here. Most of the time, though, just because of your guys' village and everything, the bears tend to not like come around here and like push it. It's more of like going on hunts or expeditions further into the woods where you actually see these things of the animals like in the actual forest, like further in. But for it to be this close, it's not uncommon because it's getting closer and further into winter. But you do also know that at this point, most of the bears would probably have been hibernated by now. So of why it's here or whatever it may be, you're unsure of, but you do know that you have some sort of a problem. So at this point, both of you in this snow-covered field, the kind of wind blistering, the sun just barely beginning to peek over the river, Vaktash suggested that the Jarl kind of be informed of what happened. So, you guys begin to walk to Skalaheim, the long hall. You can feel your feet crunching atop the snow. The walk seems longer than usual now that winter is here, and the sky is kind of this perpetual gray. The ground itself covered in snow. The wind slices against any exposed kind of skin you have like a blade almost. It's uncomfortable, and you know that it's only just begun. Getting to the hall and entering, you can see quite a few people gathered inside already, and it's not uncommon for the hall to be filled more in the winter months. The hall stays warm and food is usually out to be eaten, not like grand feasts or anything, but enough nutrition at least. You do not see Jarl Ragnvald, but you do see his son, Zalfjorn. A few villagers appear to be walking up to him, standing around near the throne and speaking with him about matters, and you feel it would be probably appropriate to do the same.
Approach the Jarl.
Okay. His son being there, Zalfjorn, you can see he is like a half-orc, strong stature, much like his father, kind of dark black hair. The sides of his head shaved, he has this kind of top knot, and right now is wearing light furs, and his weapon's kind of leaned against the wall behind him. Brodir, Vaktash, everything alright?
I don't think so. Well, it's alright for now, but it might become a bigger issue. Seems a bear passed through in the night, took a couple sheep.
You think it will be back?
He knows we have food here for it, so probably.
Alright. We can set up nightly watches for now and traps if those will even work. I'll let my father know immediately. Just wait here. You see him kind of walking over, goes actually out of the hall itself, and begins to leave as it seems he knows where his father is in this moment. At this point, the village has gathered in the hall. Roughly an hour or so of waiting passes, and for the moment, conversations are kind of shared amongst the tribe prior to the Jarl arriving. Everybody at this point, including the rest of the party, would have gathered within here kind of early in the morning. It's not uncommon, like once everybody starts to wake up, like I said, the food being out, they'll make their way here and kind of get what they can from within here, warm up and get ready for the day to, do whatever it is they're going to. This time of year, you're not really doing much. It's more of like this survival point. Like you guys have done your preparations to prepare for this time of year, and even though it's harsh and kind of cold, it's a bit of a rest. This is kind of like your reprieve time of the year. You're still having to do things every now and then, but everybody that's like the farm, like as far as like Brodir and the rest of the farmers go, they're not really doing anything. Every now and then they might go out and like push snow off of the fields in order to keep that soil like a little bit easier to use when the time comes and they don't have to wait so long for it to soften up. But it's very random, and it's not like a schedule of when it gets done. It's just somebody will go out there with like a little bit of a plow or shovel and push some shit off. You're basically just feeding the animals when they need to be fed, and they kind of just like hunker down, and stay warm in the little enclosures that they may have, or the barn steads or whatever. But once you guys sit here and wait for a little while, like I said, everybody else is here as well. And you see in stepping two figures, three actually. Zalfjorn kind of in the back of this little line that comes in, the Jarl, and then standing beside him is a darkly cloaked figure. You can see the figure is hunched over and tall. This kind of bony hand appears from the robe, clutching a thin stone staff. Etched runes cover every inch of it. You can hear breathing and like breath almost coming from the figure as it nears the throne. He's kind of just like stepping up to the throne now as Jarl Ragnvald. It seems our first hardship of this winter has found us. The loss of livestock, nothing we cannot recover from. My son has informed me of what has happened. I was walking here when Seer Ko met me on the roadway. Said he must address the tribe. Seer? He kind of looks over towards the cloaked figure, now identified as the Seer, of which you all know, steps forward. He's a being of great wisdom and knowledge, and his age outlasts any memory of everyone in the tribe.
Cole?
Ko.
Ko.
K-O. Yeah.
It's kind of a cold name.
He's blessed by the spirits and a direct link to them almost. His arm stretches out and a gnarled finger of palish kind of gray skin lingers from it. Oh shit. It's gonna fucking don't jump to that screen. Stay.
We won't look.
Okay.
We won't look. He's looking. Don't go to it.
The
Jerry can't read anyways, it's fine.
Turn back this way.
kind of palish, you can see this gray kind of
Jerry can't though, so we got it. It's 42. We got it. We got it.
That's the is it 42? Isn't that the answer to everything? Eric?
Life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
Yep. Traveler, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe.
Yeah.
the gnarled, kind of palish gray finger. You can see kind of leers from the robe, and you can see as it reaches out, he points, and everyone looks towards Sigrid as he speaks. Step forward.
You're about to get money, dude. He's gonna work.
Your heart immediately kind of sinks, and you feel as you're sweating almost. You can feel a knot in your stomach, and you begin to walk toward the front. Your footfalls kind of echoing through the silent hall as everyone looks on.
You won the lottery, dude.
The spirits have spoken and watched you closely. A journey must be taken to the ritual stones. It is there you will commune with the spirits. It is there your destiny will be determined. Chatter at this point picks up in the hall, and Seerco exit the hall. The chatter has turned into a dull roar, and the more people that talk, the louder it gets. Silence! The spirits have chosen another for a passage of right. It has been a long time since this has happened. Prepare yourselves. We leave tomorrow morning. Silence still stays within the hall, and it's almost just absolutely deafening how quiet it is before everybody begins to get up and move about. You prepare yourself for the journey to the ritual stones, a place you know to be a sacred place of the spirits. You've only ever heard of a Viking rite of passage taking place in your time within the village. Nobody's ever been tested in a trial. That goes for all of you. So you have no idea of what to expect. You're in your home, kind of gathering your things. The stones are roughly only a 2-day journey from Skalvik. So you prepare all the necessary things. You know that it's customary for the family to attend, as well as anyone in the village who may want to or is requested to. The Jarl will be embarking on the journey, as well as everyone, and everyone will leave and travel together, kind of like a pilgrimage of sorts. The door to the first floor of your home opens, and you can see your mother and father there, as well as Cain. You can feel the nervous energy of what unknowns are to come, and you feel a chill kind of constantly that you can't shake. Doubt kind of sinks in. Everything feels so sudden. You start to think, like, are you even ready for this? How are you supposed to do this? What if you die? Will you reach Valhalla? All of these thoughts racing through your head in a matter of moments, and your family can sense this worry and kind of apprehension you have. Like I said, your mother, father, and Cain, all three here. Your father steps forward, kind of placing a hand onto your shoulder. It's your time, son. You are Viking. You'll be successful and bring us all great honor, I know it. You've proven yourself worthy over these last several months. Your mother steps forward now, holding a bundle of fur. I have had this finished for some time now. It feels like the right time to give it to you. Miss Silky will guide you on this journey. She hands you the bundle of fur from the elk that you had killed.
I don't know what to expect, but whatever challenges come my way, I'm sure I'll work through it.
Well, we'll be going with you. All of us.
Put my hand on his shoulder. Spirit's chosen you. It's a great honor.
Sure is.
You are worthy of their attention. I will say that.
Thank you, Kane.
Alright, well, get ready. We'll leave in the morning. Within the village, you all begin preparing to go as well. Something is making you want to go, whether it be out of curiosity or some other force driving you to go. You begin packing your belongings and preparing for the 2-day journey. As previously established from the Harpy attack, it is clear you kind of all have bonded and leaned on one another and in tough times and prevailed, so you kind of decide to go for that reason, even to just help Sigrid reach the stones at the very least. Anything anyone's doing specifically to prepare, or something you want to make sure you're bringing?
When you say everyone, do you mean everyone in the village or all of us?
Just you guys,
Okay.
not everyone. Like I said,
Okay.
usually whoever feels like they want to go or is requested to, it's customary of the family and the Jarl to at least go. And then you guys are just kind of, like I said, there's some sort of force kind of driving and pulling you to go. Brodir, I will say to you too as well, it's almost like when Seer Ko had kind of pointed over towards Sigrid, you kind of had a feeling of what exactly was going to be happening. Something like to your core. There are wolves howling early in the morning. Something in your core was telling you that there was some sort of thing going on that you had to be a part of and like go towards. So you feel kind of pulled to do this as well, and it's kind of unspoken to you to that you'll be going.
Just got me swamped.
What? How long? She did it for so long.
Next time I'd like to make a room before we leave too.
Yeah, for sure.
Were the
'Cause right now it's just really early in the morning.
were the furs I received, were those like made into like clothing and stuff? Or, like,
I don't exactly remember exactly what it was you requested it to be made into. The elk pelt,
well, I think it was like a cape or like a
the cape.
Like
yeah,
a-
it was like a yep.
like
so
a
that's
cloak,
what it would,
like
it
a
would
cloak.
be like a very heavy kind of cloak, like
Yeah.
for winter.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's what I would say it would be.
Okay. Looking like a night's watch over here. Don't shame me like the last one.
All right, like I said, it is fairly early in the morning. I mean, basically like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. That mic's unmuted, right? Second. Cool.
It is now?
I just had to scroll down.
No, it's not anymore.
I'll probably prepare like a sack full of some concoctions and definitely some herbs as well.
Okay.
We just ignoring the bear. I'm just gonna. What are we supposed to do?
Seer said.
Yo, the Jarl knows, and he was like, "We got to do this instead, brothers."
Did you tell him the bear was like an XL
That was
bear?
not
though?
very clear on my part, but this is for that specifically.
Oh, okay.
That was a sign.
Yeah, bro, dear, get back in your place, Mr. 4-in.
I have more. I
That's
have
crazy.
like. He was told he can't.
I got 12 in.
12. He got yelled at. You
Runes in wood.
can't be that stupid.
I want to make like a little.
I'm not stupid.
stupid.
The eagles,
So
and
you got-
small
you got told
little
you couldn't
carved
do
little
that.
eagle in the wood.
Yeah,
Trying to ruin into that.
No, I wanted to have that much charisma.
Oh, let's play.
Your barbarian was dumber than mine. Fuck off.
Yeah, but at least he didn't have 12 and then pretend to be stupid and let his friend die in front of him, okay?
I wasn't stupid. It was a good idea. I was in 2 targets instead of 1.
Worth it.
Mathematically better. He was so smart he almost killed you. That's actually the problem.
Really smart. Wow.
He's going for a 3-4.
Yeah.
3-4-1.
What rune is it that you will be doing?
Guidance.
The shotgun room.
Oh. No, I'll just do that.
Alright.
Oh. It's either going to be in the morning or the night before, so I may as well do it the night before. I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself. I need higher than an 8.
Well, it takes a couple days to get there, right?
15.
Yeah, 2.
Oh, it does?
Go ahead and do your percentage roll there, Kane. For
Still
your...
think that cast Mage Armor every day just gives you free.
Yeah, but every time I have to roll
Anything
to see if I
between 0
wild
and
magic
90.
surge.
Oh, we don't reset it.
No.
Builds. Okay.
This is gonna blow us up at some point.
That's
To,
awesome.
So one
We're
thing
just
There's
like
only 2
times the
numbers
puzzles.
on the 100.
confused. I was like, 40 and 90.
Blow us.
130?
What?
that would be really funny.
Can't you turn into a plant pot?
59.
There's a potted plant.
And then just your
Yeah.
d20.
Once it goes off, does it reset then? Oh, okay.
I had a lot of shit happening to me then. I can't remember.
Can't wait for a big boss fight to be going
I was
on.
trying to talk and bubbles were coming out of my mouth, I think.
20.
It sucks too because I
That's
become
enough to
vulnerable
complete it.
and like I still have
So
the same
that item
health,
just
so I just
allows
lose all
them
my health if I get
advantage
it,
on one skill
and then I'm
check
just done.
until they use it.
But there's a lot of good stuff too,
Mm-hmm.
and it's gonna be reworked with the new edition too.
Hey, next week. 2 weeks.
Alright.
Next week.
I think it's the 17th or something.
Alright. The day kind of progresses and goes on. You guys gather the necessary things for the journey to come. And like I said, that's my bad that it wasn't super clear. I realized that there's a line in here that I kind of skipped over.
That bear is a sign. That's the line he missed it.
Whoops. Most important part.
Basically, yes, like this trial and this rite of passage is for you specifically, basically to find this bear.
Mm.
Like I said, I just cleaned over this line.
Your destiny is to be a bear hunter.
The spirit shows you, they just forgot to tell you why.
Alright, if there's nothing anybody wants to do prior, we will begin this next part here. Alright,
Packed up and ready.
the day before is mostly just packing things up and preparing. Even though it is harsh and it is winter, it's all just kind of a part of the journey itself and the trial. So for the journey to the stones, everyone kind of gathers next morning inside of the long hall, awaiting the moment that the sun is kind of highest in the sky to leave. The Jarl, all of you, Sigrid and Kane, and your parents are here inside the hall ready to leave. The Jarl kind of just makes his way in and speaks. It is time. He looks to Zalfjorn at this point. Must lead in my absence, son. Listen to your mother and heed her counsel as well as Gimdal's. One day when I am gone, you will have to lead our people, watch over them and our home. The beast could return. Be prepared and be vigilant. Everyone exits and kind of steps outside. You get out of the hall and begin walking toward the path leading north out of the village. It is cold, kind of nearly frigid, but you are Viking. You can brave it, and it is all part of this trial and this journey. Kind of trekking through the harsh winter to reach the sacred stones is an honor and a feat, nonetheless.
Guys, it's cold.
I need you to crank the AC up so we can get a.
Yeah.
Immersed.
Authentic experience.
Everyone just trade off on the back of someone's neck. Alright. Trekking through the harsh winter to reach the sacred stones, as I said, it's an honor and a feat. Traveling this alongside Sigurd is showing your support, and it kind of feels as if it's your journey as well to some degree. The road is not nearly as cumbersome to travel on as the forest would be. It's kind of trekked and gone through, and the path itself is a little bit more clear than trying to navigate through that. The first day there is no rest, essentially. Just silence and sheer willpower to brave through the cold. The wind slicing through the tree lines and catching on exposed skin. The snow is unforgiving, causing balance to be shaky. The sun has already been covered by the clouds, so any relief of warmth has been snuffed out. 5 hours of walking in this way and your bones ache. You sniffle, you can feel the fatigue of the journey and the pins and needles on your skin. A little headache, your nose kind of cold to the touch, and your skin feeling like it can almost begin to get frostbite. I need everybody to make a con save.
Do I need to make a con save? I'm mountain born, dude.
If you have a resistance to the cold, then you'll obviously get advantage, but...
So
16.
You sure I'm just not immune to the cold? 11.
do not.
I think I got a 19.
That rolled for a while.
It really did.
10? Okay.
This is 100. We don't have
Just
to
double
con
check
saves now?
this.
Ever?
Okay, it's only. I'm not that familiar with the
75.
I just wanted to
It
make
was-
sure it wasn't
it's
all
actually-
con saves. 15.
It's so close.
15? Alright.
93.
20...
So cold.
Bobcat, what did you get?
19.
19? Okay. Brodier, what did you get?
11.
11?
You suck, dude. Better
Um,
constitution than you.
I rolled advantage too.
That's unfortunate.
Your con is actually.
What did you
better
say?
than
I'm
mine.
a mountain.
Brodier, you can see everyone
Sick.
else traveling covered in just thick bundles of fur almost. You basically are just out here in the same clothes you were wearing in the fall month. The cold really doesn't affect you
He's
much
wearing shorts
normally.
and slides.
But you're yeah.
Shades on.
Short slides and a hoodie.
Yeah.
But
Is that me?
you're not very used to actually like traveling outside of the village these long distances, so you weren't really fully prepared for it. So you didn't you brought the clothes with you, but you didn't really put them on. So like this first 5 hours of it, you were kind of just like powering through it. Like, I'm not about to be a pussy and put clothes on.
Yeah.
Like, I can't
That's
give
true.
it that.
You will be if you do.
Okay, we're the same person.
Yeah, it's like we could Brodier's in the narrative here, not
So you have
You're the same
disadvantage. You
person.
have you have 1 level of hypothermia. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attacks, and you take an additional 2 cold damage every time you're hurt. Right now, you take 5 cold damage.
You take 5 days?
Two. Is it? It's halved and the rounded down, correct?
If you're resistant,
Yes.
yes.
Straight
Okay, man.
Mountain boy gets hypothermia right away.
You guys are wearing fucking heavy fur coats, okay?
You brought him with you.
You should be wearing a heavy fur coat.
Okay.
Got a coat.
Yep.
Does it help?
Not with hypothermia.
You journey further, pushing on. The Jarl does not slow, and he only looks back every so often to check how many follow behind him. You can see that he's basically shit, sorry. My phone's going nuts right now. Alright. Sorry, I lost. The Jarl doesn't slow down, like I said, he only kind of looks back every now and then to check if everyone's behind him, basically. Everyone seems in good spirits, though, even with the circumstances. Your parents, like I said, Ulrich and Astrid, they're very bundled up, they're powering through, they're used to the cold. It's not like they're having to endure this just very harsh circumstance. It sucks, for sure, but like I said, you guys are all in good spirits and can feel them kind of even with you on this journey. It doesn't feel like just some normal walk to get to somewhere. Every part of it and every second of it feels like it is
Bless you.
part of some sort of test or trial
You getting sick?
that is testing your resolve. The wind slows down and the sun kind of peeks through just enough to bring some well-needed relief from the frigid air. 2 more hours pass to where you're walking roughly 7 or so hours. Probably even getting closer to 8. And you can see the Jarl kind of motions his hand off the path. This road basically just kind of goes west. So let me show you the map really quick to give you a good... why is this...
Tell us. The map.
And our game board just taped to a piece of paper.
Why the fuck is this thing
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa!
Oh, hey now. Shit, he added
I
to
seen fucking.
he added to the map.
I seen Leaf Guard, bro. I don't know.
You got markers.
Whoa! There's a marker there. We're gonna go there.
Is that a kraken?
That Kraken has been there the whole time.
He don't move. That's his territory.
Why is it not letting me? Goofy. Okay. So, this might be a bit odd, and it's actually just my fault of not doing it correctly to scale for some things, but
True.
these stones are only like 2 days or so journey. It's like a quick and easy like walk west, basically. Skalavic's actually pretty, like a little bit more south, so you have to kind of go north and then start to head west. Gatland is like 3 to 4 days away. I know that this is like way closer than this is.
Yeah, but it looks so much closer. Though.
3 to 4 days or so, but this is like a good 2-day journey here. So like you're kind of walking the same. Essentially, it's not like too far off. But your journey is basically like north and then west. This path too, kind of going west. It's not as as much of a incline, like a steep incline, like going upward toward. Like as you're going toward Gatland, you're kind of going uphill more than you would be like just going west right now. Like the grade is not nearly as dramatic for that direction. I just wanted to show you that. That's way too bright for me to keep there, so I'll change it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Find my spot. You basically watch the Jarl. As I said, he takes his hand and kind of like points it over, just gesturing everybody to start heading more westward, going on a road. You can see a clearing that leads to a path. It's on a slight grade, and you know this to be the direction the stones are. None of you have ever been to the stones for any reason or purpose. It is not a place that people usually just decide to travel, although you can. You're more than welcome at any time to go to these stones.
The entire time we've been in the village, has somebody been told to go to the stones?
No.
Okay.
He said that already.
Did he? I missed that. My bad.
He said not in our lifetimes.
Oh.
The only one who you think probably would have been is the Seer Cove. He probably
That girl
does.
lives there.
No, he has a house.
He
At the
doesn't.
stones.
In the village.
In the tree.
Yeah.
As he motions his hand kind of over towards the
He's
west,
in the trees.
like I said, you know this is the direction, and it's a place that you've never been to. As I said, nobody really goes there. You're more than welcome to, but people really view it as this sacred place that is not to be disturbed and like touristy, like you just go travel and like view it by any means.
It's like unless summoned, don't go there.
Basically,
Unwritten
it's kind
rule.
of unwritten, unspoken rule. It's kind of one of those things like where like you can, but it's a little frowned upon in ways. Where like there's a lot of respect that surrounds this place and the things that occur here and the energy and the primal magic and the presence of the spirits even themselves, which you have felt like this whole journey, like walking. As I said, the cold doesn't let up, but there is this brief relief where the sun starts to kind of peek through and show itself. You know that the travel is not nearly over quite yet. Once you begin slowly ascending this path, it begins leading more to the northwest than it does like true west. And it's not long before there's a small clearing covered in snow before you can see what appears to be several small Viking kind of style homes. It appears to be abandoned though, or some sort of rest point or something. You're not really sure exactly what it is, but everyone begins kind of going toward them as that is where the Jarl is kind of gesturing. You can see the doors themselves are kind of buried in snow and cannot be opened until cleared. Jarl Ragnvald looks to Kane and Brodier. Get these doors uncovered. Sigrid, Elric, search for some firewood. Steiner, prepare a hot tea or warm. Something to warm our bellies. Astrid will help with the stew. Boktash, walk the perimeter, show we're in no immediate danger. Everyone be careful.
Do as the Earl says.
Alright.
Leader. He already knew what he was gonna say.
Go wild shape into a wolf.
Alright.
Oh my god, there's a wolf!
While I'm on the perimeter.
Good thing it wasn't a bear.
You watch Boktash start kind of just like walking away, and then you also
Orange
all see him
plant
kind of
was the
slowly just
bear.
like slink down into a wolf as he begins to like walk around. Boktash, go ahead and make a perception check. You can make it with advantage. I believe you have some sort of keen smell or sense or something.
Something like that.
Keen senses.
Yeah.
I think it's hearing and scent. Maybe it's sight and scent.
It's a natural 19, and I believe I have a plus 7, so 26.
26. Alright.
Good thing, because I got a plus 0.
Everybody kind of behind you at that village, you start to walk a kind of
Perception.
pretty wide circular perimeter around.
Perceptive.
You can hear kind of owls, like birds of the night, like kind of making noises, insects that are possibly still around, like some hardy kind of insects that kind of live throughout the winter, but it's mostly quiet. Like there's those occasional bird sounds, maybe like some strange little clicking of like a beetle or something, that maybe like some sort of snow type beetle. But for the most part, like it's fairly quiet.
Okay.
You start to kind of like smell and like look around, and you can see this little almost like maybe 300-400 yards away, like that you can actually like pick up the scent because of the way that the wind's blowing. You smell like something pretty familiar, and you're kind of like picking your nose up, walking closer and closer to it, and it smells like wolves. Not sure of how many, but like they're at least a good enough distance away to where like you start a fire, keep the fire warm and going throughout the night. you're pretty confident they're not going to like
Okay.
mess with you.
Dude, come invite him to the party, dude.
Go talk to him.
You continue walking that perimeter for like probably a good 15-20 minutes of doing so. In this form too, the cold is not bothering you by
Yeah.
any means. You're a little further away. It's starting to kind of get dark out, but other than that, nothing really seems too alarming. And like I said, as long as you guys have a good fire going, it's not going to be much of an issue. As for Brody and Kane, you guys don't have much issue, just kind of like pulling away the snow. If there's any sort of tool that you might have in like a pack or something, it's a little easier to unbury it. But you can see these homes are, they're built similarly in some ways to the homes that you share within the village. They're a little smaller. They're kind of like these little shacks or huts. You can see very, very intricate runes etched into like the eaves on the front of it. A lot of them are pretty similar to the runes that you would see. But do you speak Giant or have the like runic?
Speak giant,
Yeah. So you're able to understand kind of old runic text to some degree, and a lot of these runes are very, very old. So there's kind of like very similar to how like actual Viking languages with like this kind of elder version of it and a younger version of it. They're similar, but there are slight like nuances of change to where like one rune can mean like two different letters, but in like a newer version of it, it only means one letter because they've added and adjusted to this sort of alphabet or whatever it may be. There is written runic text for you guys, but it's not like ABC, like it's not like the alphabet. Like there are kind of runes that mean things, and you guys just kind of interpret them how you see fit. So basically, you see runes of like protection and warmth, but the rune of warmth that you would interpret like normally to just be like a straight up rune of warmth, you also know that it could mean fire or whatever it may mean. So there's a lot of these things that orient around some sort of like village or like life similar to how you guys would within your village. Like a lot of your homes have these runes of protection on them, you know, runes of life or runes of warmth, and like the farm itself, on some of the posts that surround the crops, there's like these runes of growth and like harvest, and basically similar runes that could mean like prosperous, things of that nature. So like I said, a lot of these things are up for your interpretation, but they're very similarly interpreted amongst all of you in the same way. Like I said, there's no writing that says like fire. It's just like a rune basically that you guys interpret as you see fit. And many of these houses, you can see probably 9, 10 of so of these houses that are just kind of scattered throughout, with this one central like large area in the middle that, like I said, there's this huge blanket of snow, but you can see like the snow itself as you're looking at it, just like normal snow. Like if there's something there, like some sort of elevation increase or like depression in the actual ground itself, the snow kind of mimics that to some way. So you can see like in the middle of all of these houses, there is some sort of like low spot that looks like it's a little bit slanted, like a big circular shape almost.
Like you said, the village looked like abandoned. Do like the houses and stuff look run down at all, or do they just like look like normal?
Make an investigation check. Yeah, make an investigation check on it.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Nice. 21.
Chronos, the make and model.
You
Wait,
start
who was
looking
constructed
at
by
um,
Bob the Builder.
a lot of the homes themselves. You're very familiar with different types of like wood and its uses and whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this wood is some sort of like a cedar type tree. Make a history check for me as well. I'll let you do it with advantage because of your natural 20 on your investigation.
Bro really don't want to tell you.
He just doesn't want to tell you.
History?
Not even involved.
20.
20?
Yeah,
He
17
just
plus
doesn't
2.
let you know it.
Makes me get out of the room.
The homes themselves, like I said, the wood that they're made of is this like kind of old combination of like a cedar and like oak. Like there's different types of planks that are on it. You can see this by looking at the variations of like the the grain inside of it. You can even, like, when you get up to the wood, like, you can kind of smell it, and you can smell which one is cedar as compared to the oak. The oak one doesn't have as much of a strong scent as the cedar does, but you can tell that both of these are pretty strong and good woods that are used mostly for a lot of home building and stuff. You can tell too by looking at them that it was like almost like a trial and error kind of building. Like, you can see some of these houses that you're kind of looking at, like on the inside, like looking at the beams. The wood itself, like, that they've used, you can see in some of the houses you look in and can see like the cedar. It's a pretty strong like wood for the most part, but oak is way stronger. So a lot of the support beams and stuff you see inside, like as you go through some of them that look a little more, I don't want to say new, but not as old as the other ones. Like, you can tell that they started to use oak for a lot of like the interior and stuff, and then a lot of cedar kind of shingles or whatever may be on top, like planks. But they're very, 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 very old homes.
Mhm.
Some of the wood even looks like petrified to some degree, well, most of it even. And you, as you're like kind of looking around at all these houses and kind of just like taking in everything that you see around you, at this point in the day it has gotten kind of dark enough. You went out and started to gather some firewood and things, and doing that while looking at those houses too, and like taking all of this into consideration. Everybody kind of starts to need secondary light sources in order to like be able to see outside without having some sort of exceptional vision within the dark. If you do have dark vision, you're not going to need it because you can see well enough. You're kind of walking around pushing through this 2-foot blanket of snow that lays on this hill, and you look around and you can see several mounds of stone, like kind of behind where this village is set. Boktash, you probably would have just been way more keen on like looking around for dangers, and this wasn't really on your radar.
Okay.
You would have seen it, but not really paid any mind to it. These mounds of stone, each of them you can see is intentionally placed. You can see 5 of them kind of all in a circle in a field just about 100 yards from this this kind of group of small houses, essentially. You recall and start to think and look on. You don't ever remember hearing it within your village, but you do remember hearing like maybe some sort of trader or passerby coming through, and it being something that you thought to be some sort of a folk-like tale or some sort of myth. But this village itself, like once you walk over to these stones and start to kind of look at them, you can see runes kind of inscribed into them to some degree. They appear to be little burial sites. And the more you start to piece it together, this seems to be like a home, or was once a home of like the first Vikings that like lived within Midgard. You know that they were all kind of these honorable and talented kind of warriors, and looking back on the stories you were told, you remember at least some of the names of these individuals. Jotun, Jotun.
That's my dad.
I know him.
Hagen, Haigun.
That's my mom.
She's still alive.
Beomund, Beomund.
That's my granddad.
And Brunhild, Brunhild. There is a 5th, but the name kind of escapes you, and you're actually not really even sure if you remember ever actually hearing it. Of those names that you remember, though, you do... I'll actually let you pick. Pick one of the 4 of which you would want more information on. Just randomly. Beomund? Okay. You remember hearing these kind of stories, this trader that had come through at one point or another, appeared to be Viking, but more of a traveler of sorts. Beomund himself, nothing in all of Midgard could travel faster than him. There was this sort of first kind of civil unrest you remember hearing about, this kind of large-scale Viking battle that occurred amongst tribes. The story kind of goes basically that he could cut down 100 men before the best of warriors could kill 3. He went into combat with nothing but his bare hands.
His bear hands.
Yeah. B-E-A-M.
We found the bear, boys.
I see what you did.
All according to plan.
Famous for how many sheep you could eat.
Wow. He loves eating at least a few at a time. 3 maybe?
1.5 seems to be the limit for him right now.
That's true.
He ate 1.5 earlier in the day.
Oh. In a different village.
It's fucking wasteful though.
Yeah.
Half a sheep, man. He could have ate it.
You could combine it with the other half the other village has.
We wouldn't even know if the sheep was gone if they
If
were
we
just
get
like,
the upper
two
half of the other
combined.
sheep, and I cast mending, do you think we can bring it back to life?
Different spell.
Bro, why do you put these in front of me?
They're there for
Birthday
people to
cake
eat
bites?
them.
They've been here for like an hour, and you're just now like,
I had the goldfish
Been
were holding me over.
satiated
bro.
so
The
long.
goldfish were holding me over.
I
I didn't realize what they were. I didn't try to check. I was avoiding them.
I don't know what's like very like customary for like deaths and stuff, but I'd probably say like just like a show my respect kind of thing. Like I wouldn't say like a prayer or anything like that. Just like kind of like nod my head and acknowledge what I'm seeing.
It's pretty common
Kinda
to like
whiffable. They're pretty- smell pretty
give
good.
something
You
for them to like have with them in
I'm
Valhalla,
getting there.
basically. Like most of the time, funeral-wise, for you guys, like it's similar to like a normal Viking burial. You get buried with like gold or like your favorite weapon or your favorite things because you're essentially being able to take it with you. And it's not uncommon like to return to those burial sites and like similar to how people will leave like flowers, like you could leave like bread or like food or like a small trinket or something or like a thing of like runic stones or whatever it may be. But
Yeah. Okay. Well then I'd probably like just reach into like my pouch of like the like smaller like rune stones I have and probably just place one at the just at the mounds.
That's why this dude was summoned.
you start to do that, you can feel the presence kind of the spirits. You can almost feel the presence of these Vikings, and you start to think of like that time and them first kind of discovering this world and making it what it is, and seeing the kind of similarities that, you know, it could be hundreds or thousands of years ago that these first people had kind of settled here and made this life that has continued on through you guys, that you are still like maybe adapting, or not adapting, but kind of changing or evolving the practices that they first established. But you know at your core that this is still something that is, at least in your mind of how things go, to show some sort of homage or respect to. And you place that kind of upon that and kind of look out at all of these stones, you will gain an inspiration point.
What the hell? He said he was going to do that last campaign. This is the first time we got inspiration.
Is it for the last campaign?
Didn't he like give you a thing that if you gave us a speech, we could all get an inspiration point?
No. You got,
We got
10 health.
like we got 10
10
health.
health. Got 10 health.
He used it twice.
3 times. The last time everybody said, that speech was terrible. I don't want the 10 health.
I
And
don't want
from
the
that
10 HP.
from that moment on, I did not do another speech, and I will not.
That's all you pick someone with low intelligence. What's your charisma like?
6.
Okay, he's not giving those speeches.
That's pretty good. You guys want a speech? You can do a speech.
Yeah, your speech is just like that Stutter Kid video. Remember when you you could do the thing, and we could, if you really wanted to be a Viking, you could.
If I was really trying to give a speech, is what it would be.
Can do anything you ever want to be.
So I'm gonna say this really like so. You're able to find which one is specifically like Beomund's burial, because like as you look at it, you can see a lot of these runes. Do you have like, do you speak Giant as well? Like, you know the older runic text? Okay. Without it, a lot of this would be hard to see or like even read, because many of the runes that are actually used on these are only within the Elder runic text of what you guys use. most of the runes that are on it, and really like the central ones, are a rune of Vexir, the fox. And there are 8 different runes basically that are only of the older text, that are specifically to each of the primal spirits. So this is like a way of life and a belief that has been pretty much ingrained since the beginning of the Vikings, that these primal spirits have been around. But like I said, there's just kind of like this central rune of Vexir, and then on that rune itself, so essentially the rune is almost like a square that has kind of more squares kind of outside of it, that almost like looks like a ripple in a way, of like this kind of speed ripple essentially. And then within each of those like squares themselves, there are smaller like little runes that are written around that kind of tell a story or give a description of the individual, and a lot of them relate to Vehement, of like speed, agility, kind of like battle prowess, like ability to fight well, and things of that nature. So it's kind of easier for you to like look at it and see that. Looking at all of that though, you gather up some firewood as you were still doing that, and kind of like really looking in and taking in it. You're not like in this crazy rush where you're grabbing wood really fast and coming back. You're kind of taking in everything around you and really appreciating the journey itself, and it's obvious that you are doing that by looking at these things and kind of taking in all of the stuff that you have encountered thus far. You make your way back. You can see everyone gathered back. The central part of this little village, you can see some of the snow has kind of been like pulled back to place a fire onto like some solid ground. A pretty good size, maybe like a 5-foot circle or so, for everybody to be able to kind of at least get close enough. You can see the ground itself here, like in the middle of everything, that has been kind of pulled back. It has some stones, like kind of large stone pieces that are flat on the ground, where there may have been some sort of central ring or fire pit at some point or another. Nothing of like great importance, but at least you know it was almost like the original Long Hall, basically, is this large kind of central fire pit that was in the middle. And you gather that just by looking at some of these runes that are carved into the stone, of like home and gathering and family and trust and kind of community. A lot of them older runes that have been more specifically tailored towards things now, that you can see that, like knowing the old runic text and newer text, like you can kind of put 2 and 2 together and see that this was like basically like their old gathering place, essentially, of like the Long Hall. The fire gets started up. You guys all kind of get in and get close for warmth. About an hour or so of being by it, your point of hypothermia goes away, Brodir, as you have warmed up.
I'm gonna take the jacket off. I'm just kidding.
It goes back.
Ding.
On, off, on, on.
Every time you take damage.
Which is next up. Or just around the fire. I'm sitting there next to Sigrid and pull out that little rune thing I
He's
made.
trying to talk.
Did I say the his name is Yigden?
Yigden.
That was just inconvenient
Pull out
for
the
you.
trinket, yeah, the Sigrid. I know the rune for you. Yigden is the watches over everyone's journeys in life, and I felt like you could help aid you in your journey with whatever spirits have planned for you ahead.
Thank you.
There's a rune of guidance on it, so you can essentially just get advantage on any one check you make.
Oh, nice.
So,
Is that how guidance works?
Mm-hmm.
The spell just gives you a D4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's one use, just like the luck rune.
Damn, that's more like a rune of enhanceability.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound as good as guidance.
Come on.
Come on.
Get your head in the game.
What the fuck just happened, dude?
You know
He
me.
flashed the whole campaign on there for 2 seconds.
Can you read it all?
All of it. I know everything.
What's happening next?
You're dead.
Well,
It's like,
Nice
man,
knowing
there's
you
some
guys.
crazy city called Arkanoria that's floating.
yeah.
He really likes these fireplaces.
Guys, there's a whole city of robots.
Damn, it just got warmer.
Underwater!
Yeah.
It's peaceful. That's
There better not be a fucking like bear growl in this randomly.
I hope there is.
it's at all some crickets.
That means we're fighting the bear right now.
I'm ready for it. Well, not really.
Bare hands.
Barehanded. You've been caught barehanded.
This, I was looking around and this town's pretty old.
How old do you think it is?
We're in some rooms and different things I've seen. It could be from the first Vikings.
Wow. Do you know much about them?
I only know a few of the names. One kind of escapes me, but you got Jotun, Hagen, Beomund, and Brunhild. Though the only one I can really remember any stories on is Beomund. He's known from being one of the fastest around. Fought with his bare hands and killed 100 troops before somebody else could kill 3.
That sounds crazy.
Sounds like Gimdall.
It really does. That's suspicious. Adding something to my conspiracy notes. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, it seemed like, I mean,
Let me put a question mark. That's not definitive.
Steiner was a conspiracy theorist. Probably put stuff in the river making the frogs gay.
Unrelated. They were gay when I got here.
there's some burial mounds over behind the homes here, and I think they might be buried there, or maybe a tribute or something along those lines.
I will hand out a tea to everyone. The tea of Winter Lily. It's
The tea's making the frogs gay.
don't drink it, you guys. It's kind of like a black tea, but it tastes kind of minty. And if you're feeling like congested at all, it helps get rid of that. And then I'll also probably just check in with everyone we're traveling with just to make sure they're not feeling ill.
Big messenger.
Natural 1.
Alright. Everyone seems fine.
We're good.
Everybody's good?
This guy's literally dying.
He seems fine. Listen,
He's literally, I'm saying I'm dying.
who's the herbalist here? I think I know what I'm doing. He's fine. Oh no, he's dead.
That was out of nowhere.
Crazy. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Winter lily. Huh. That must have been in my nightshade bottle.
Oh yeah, definitely nightshade. It happens, guys.
Oh.
That one's probably safe. Different bottle.
Do we expect to be there tomorrow? You said it's about a 2-day journey. Is it like 2 full days sleep and then get there 3rd day, or is it like?
Yeah, it kind of speaks up at this point. It's been a while since I've traveled to the Stones. It's at least a good day's journey. If we keep a good pace, 5-6 hours.
I'm gonna pull out my lute and play some music for everyone.
Make a performance check.
This all determines how tomorrow's gonna go, and if the spirit's like us or not.
I hope so.
Fast ditty in your life.
7. My performance is still pretty good though. 13.
Not bad.
Just going for some like fantasy tavern kind of music.
Okay.
Some sick licks.
Yeah.
Some Metallica.
This
Gonna
dude, he's got these weird
update my
picks he
maps
made from the Devil's Tooth.
from what we've done through our journey so far.
You guys kind of sitting around the fire. The kind of soft melodic tune of the lute as Steiner kind of plucks at the strings. Kind of keeps you a little bit more awake. Not much conversation is had as everyone just tries to stay warm by the fire, and brief little moments of talking in between here and there. You can see Buktash has like a little bit of like a tablet that he has some paper on that he's drawing onto.
iPad kid.
Mapping our travels.
Playing Roblox. You do that on iPad.
Elric
Yes, you
and
can.
Estrid both kind of head over towards one of the houses. You can see each of these houses has, like, on the side of it, some sort of large kind of stone mound that butts off of the side with just like a hole at the top of it. It looks like some sort of very, very primal fireplace, like super, super old. It can be used, and they do so. He just kind of takes like a stick out of the fire that has some at the end of it, kind of walks over and into one of the houses where the interior is very, very plain. There's just like a wooden kind of platform over in the corner, some sort of like log set up on one side possibly. No like papers or anything like that. It's very, very basic and minimal. Some of them probably even have some little bones from animals that are set up in like some sort of shrine type fashion, or maybe even just food from a long, long time before. A lot of these like flat kind of almost like flagstone tablets are kind of all over the place that have various, maybe even like bones or some sort of what you would imagine to be used as plates that are kind of like sitting around. Like I said, nothing crazy on the inside of them. You see a little bit of smoke kind of starting to bellow from the side of that little makeshift fireplace on the small house that they had made their way into. As they find sleep for the night before the Jarl does the same, where it is just the 5 of you around the fire.
So what do you think? You're gonna be judged by the spirits. How does it make you feel? Hopefully they're not harsh.
Honestly,
Maybe I
right
shouldn't
now,
say that before he goes and does it.
I feel so overwhelmed. I don't even know what to think.
It's pretty understandable. I can't recall the last time anyone's ever been called to the spirits.
But I do want to thank all of you for coming on this journey with me.
Of course. You have to support our tribe.
I'd love to see those bandits come back again during the weather like this. See their frozen corpses.
Well, the kid's been dealing with it well enough. With our help, of course.
Still thinking about what the hell they were doing here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know, maybe they had some greater purpose, but I think they just crashed into the rocks and scrambled their way up. But who knows?
Sure, we're
Maybe
very
we'll-
friendly, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? They seem to be on some kind of survival mode, but
Honestly, I'm still pretty curious about why so many harpies attacked at once. I know it's a while ago now, but never had that many attack before.
Now we're missing sheep from a bear.
Yeah, I'm worried about that bear coming back while we're gone.
Yeah, what did it look like?
I didn't see it. I just saw the prints.
Big. Normal size?
Probably lay down in it.
Could you lay down in the bear's foot?
Maybe if you were curled up a little bit.
Huh?
Fuck, I probably could. Pretty close.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
you could.
Obviously not.
Didn't hear anything though.
You think we can fight something like that?
Well, I'm starting to understand that this might be something possibly not of this world or something along those lines.
A magical bear?
Maybe like a spiritual bear. It's just weird, I didn't hear anything all night. Usually the animals fuss if something like that happens.
Right.
It's kind of windy, but
Even then, you'd probably hear it.
yeah.
Think we'll have enough sheep to get through the winter?
Sheep should be fine, as long as the bear doesn't come back while we're gone. If we come back, we're out of sheep. It's gonna be. This winter will be alright, but next winter it's gonna be tough, especially without the wool.
Yeah. Well, even if something happens, we might be able to trade for more if we really need to.
I'm sure. I think I'm gonna turn in for the night though.
Okay.
I'll go do another check on the perimeter.
Take a stick out of the fire and find an empty house or something.
Okay. I'll get up. May the spirits all be with you tonight. Find good rest.
And with you.
Make a perception check again.
I'm not wild shaping this time.
10. Okay. Very quiet. The wind has picked up a little bit more throughout the night, so it's even harder to hear. You don't see anything, but you can, like, as you're a little further out on that perimeter, like, looking at the fire, you know that it's pretty important probably for at least somebody to stay up and and kind of feed that throughout the night and keep it going.
Yeah.
Or something could be inclined to kind of make its way a little bit closer to you guys. Other than that, nothing alarming.
Alright. I'll just go back and I'll throw some wood on the fire. I'll find a spot kind of near the fire. Just set up. Allow myself to doze off a little bit, but just every maybe once an hour or so, probably throw another log back on it.
Okay.
I'm going to make my way over as things are kind of winding down to those burial mounds. And I'll use prestidigitation to just clear away any snow on those. And then I'm just going to lightly play another tune. This one, a bit deeper, maybe kind of sad, but I'll just start plucking at strings kind of in the dark.
Make another performance check.
Probably quieter too. 12.
Go over, and as you're kind of like setting up or whatever, you just take your hand and wave it over each of the 5 and kind of blows off and goes away. The 4 of them that you do kind of blow this snow in such a way, the stones that are there kind of they're a little smoother. They're stones, so they're not like immaculate by any means. They're still natural stones that have had stuff carved into them. But the 5th one that you kind of like blow off and look at, there are no runes carved into it. There is a singular carving in one of the stones, and it's kind of like this large kind of central stone. And it is. Do you have the older text by any means? No.
No.
Okay. It's essentially just like a circle and an X.
And you said it was just like carved into like a large rock?
Just a large like central rock on it. Yeah. Other than that, everything else doesn't have anything. You can see around these as well once you blow all of that kind of stone off. There are small little rocks that seem to have been intentionally placed over time that have runes carved in them. Little trinkets even. Like it might be like a chain of like a necklace, like a silver kind of like maybe even like iron kind of very crude necklace or jewelry of some sort that's on each of these 4 that you can see, but not on the 5th one. It doesn't have like anything on it whatsoever. It's just bare and has that single rune kind of carved into it.
Is the barren one further from the others?
Yes.
People normally pray to the spirits?
It's not like a
Or is it just like the celebrations we have? It's like
appreciation, yeah. I mean, you show it in very, very different and various ways. It's more of just like the intent behind it more than anything. There's no like set strict rules of how you're supposed to do it. Like there's no book on it, like how things are supposed to go.
How big is the symbol?
On the one bare one. So the stone piece itself is probably like this big round. It's kind of like a large boulder. It looks like the face of it's kind of been chipped away. So I'd say the symbol itself is probably about this big.
Can I take a sheet of paper out of my notebook and just do like a rubbing of it? Okay.
Yeah, it's probably about that size to where it would like kind of fit. Maybe the edges of it might be a little like it's not a full circle,
Right.
but it's at least close enough for you to get the idea of it.
there are actually 2 different symbols with the full circle and then the corners missing.
This one just means poop.
Teriyaki chicken.
Crazy.
It's supposed to say cool guy.
Alright. After I play my song, I will go and try to find a cabin and find some rest.
Alright.
Probably just stay up and just put the wood on the fire with him. Make sure neither of us are sleeping too long at least.
Listen, I can stay up and keep watch if you want, but my perception is not going to help you guys.
Between the 2 of you, you're able to keep the fire kind of warm and quelled throughout the night. There's probably even a point where one of you may have had to get up and kind of go look for a little bit more firewood just to kind of keep that. Sleep finds everyone well enough. A little harder to fall asleep for others as the mind kind of races and wanders. But the night itself goes without interruption. You wake up the next morning. Let me get rid of this one.
Whoa! We're just gonna just stay out.
Where would you say we're about? Are we like in the middle there?
Like here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought we were in the like cleaning part.
Yeah.
Yes. My bad. I thought this is actually the
There's
one I
a-
anticipated it to be.
cleaner.
Yes, the actual clearing, not the tiny one next to that. Yeah, you're like
Totally on purpose.
You're like the halfway point, kind of here.
Okay.
Like this village is kind of offset on this side here.
And where we hunt is a little to the like the south of that mostly.
Yeah, like
Right.
here,
Okay.
a little bit in this.
Okay.
But yeah, mostly this like thick of forest here.
Gotcha. We don't go that far west.
Right. Yeah, because normally you're probably only going like, realistically, like walking into the forest, like you're probably only going
Couple hours.
not even that. It's probably only like if you were to walk straight into it, it's probably only like a 20-minute, half-hour walk of like how far you get away from the village. But it's like how you traverse it. Like you're not like walking in this straight line. You're kind of taking these wide, narrow like paths, like straight cuts around and moving around and just going in directions where you find things and see movement or tracks or whatever it may be. But you're not really going like hours outside of your village. It just takes hours sometimes to like navigate through it and get back just based on how you're traversing through it.
Gotcha.
The screen's way too bright.
The screen's almost as bright, if not brighter.
No, it's not.
It's so
Arctic
bright.
wilderness.
Look at those white ass letters coming at me.
Get some 3D
All right.
glasses.
Everybody wakes up the next morning. The fire itself is getting to a point where it's kind of smoldering out on its own with the wind blowing and such. It's fairly early in the morning. I'd equate it to maybe like 8, maybe even a little earlier than that. But everybody is up and rested and warm enough and ready for the next day of travel, essentially. The Jarl is kind of up and ready to go, as well as most of you are as well. Not really much is said. It's just kind of everyone preparing mentally for whatever leg of the journey may be left. The wind itself is not harsh by any means at this point, if it's even there. You are covered once you start to pass through this clearing and like into the forest part again between kind of the two sets of trees on this path. You are going up like a little bit of a grade, and you can feel it like in your legs. It's just not super dramatic, but it's gradual enough to where doing it over several hours, your elevation is going to change substantially from where you started. Even from like where the village is to where you are now, your elevation is drastically different because it's mostly just like this big valley, like where all of the villages are. 'Cause you're
Is it
surrounded
enough
by
to
these-
feel it?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's more of just like pressure than anything. Like you can kind of
It's
like
not, like,
feel it in
hard
your
to breathe
ears,
or
but it's
anything
not
like
like
that.
difficulty breathing or like crazy lightheadedness by any means. It's just like this kind of like pressure, like your ears almost kind of feel like they could pop every now and then. But walking, it kind of changes and varies of who's in front and who's kind of lagging behind. 4 hours or so of walking, the sun actually starts to kind of peek out from some sort of cloud cover. It's quite high, like up in the sky. It's roughly like noon or so, maybe even a little later. But the sun feels like it's kind of beating down. You can feel the warmth of it. It feels a little bit warmer, especially with the wind not being like present. It's a lot easier to walk around, and you're not having to like brave through it and like really focus and like power through. It just kind of turns into this last leg of this journey into more of this just kind of hike together, like up towards the ritual stones. In the distance, you can see where the trees begin to just kind of disperse, where they're very, very sporadic in where they are. There's not like these thickets of forest by any means anymore, except for a little bit more north of where you are as you're walking kind of just due west. There are some of these thickets of trees and forest north of where you're kind of heading. You can kind of see in the distance, like a ways away, what looks like kind of like a snow kind of cloud of cover, like over towards where you know like the direction of the ritual stones is to be. And it looks like it's kind of rolling from the north kind of down in a way. And as you're kind of like looking and scanning everything, you can see in the distance from where you are now as you break this kind of tree line to where this thicket of forest are getting more sporadic. Like looking north, you can see mountains like in an impossibly like distant area, but they're not like the mountains of like Fjallheim that like on a like clear summer like good day from the village that you can see like way in the distance. These are more kind of smaller. They're still like mountainous. They're just not nearly as vast and wide and kind of magnificent in a way. Like they're mountains, but they're just not the mountains of Fjallheim that you're used to seeing like from your village, like way in the distance. They're probably just random parts of like the cliff's edge that are kind of breaking up or whatever it may be. But you can see it, and it's also like a kind of nice change of scenery, really, from just like these blankets of snow and trees that you're basically seeing like as you walk around. You can feel the hills and everything, but this like in the distance, like there's something to your culture and everything of like these mountains in the distance are kind of like this pinnacle in your society, like your culture of like these grand environment and terrain and area that's like not really traversed, but you can see that out in the distance. As you continue to kind of walk, it takes you maybe I'd say 5 or so more hours to where you're actually like having to take these little breaks in between just for resting your legs a little bit. But you can like literally see in the distance like where it is you need to be. Like there's like kind of shapes and stuff to it to where you're kind of making it out, but it's not quite close enough. And this vision of it keeps getting like more and more clear. Like that first part of the journey, like once you get to that clearing and are looking, you can see what looks like some sort of very purposeful place in the terrain that you're looking at. We're like, okay, like that's got to be our destination. Like this path is kind of leading up to that. And then like 3 hours in, it starts to get a little bit more clear, and that snow has kind of rolled through to where you can start to see shapes of things in the distance that you're starting to kind of piece everything together. And then maybe like an hour or so more of travel, and you're like, okay, like that's definitely something, and we're definitely getting closer to where we need to be. Your heart rate kind of starts to pick up, and you're not sure if it's more of the anticipation and the excitement, or if it's the fatigue and the travel, or whatever it is, or just a combination of both. You kind of feel like you're sweating a little bit now that it's not like super cold and the sun's kind of beating down. And then once you kind of start to get later into the day and it is actually dark outside, the darkness initially is there, but then once the night kind of actually progresses more and it seems like the cloud cover has gone, there's a bright full moon that is kind of shining, that is giving way to what you're looking at in the distance. And what you were looking at in the distance up the hill at the edge of the cliff, you can now see the edge of your known world basically as you start to kind of flatten out to where you're heading. You can see 7 large stones overlooking the cliff's edge. It's kind of like so you can see like how the terrain is here. The stones themselves kind of overlook that.
Can we see the Kraken from here?
Yeah, he's chilling
He
out
seems
there.
like
I can
I
see
think
him.
he's like right on the edge here.
He's like, hey, don't get too close.
Take a look.
Oh shit!
That's why those guys were here. The Kraken got their boat, swam to shore.
Hit by the Kraken, hit by us.
Damn.
It's a rough life.
Unlucky.
L.
Yeah.
GG, good luck next life.
That was way too dark.
And I'm turning off all the lights.
You're in the
Perfect.
void.
I'm wild shaping into a werewolf.
Hello, darkness.
I've never seen one, so I can't.
So
In the
don't know if we
distance, as I said, a little bit up that hill, and you start to kind of level out with it. The edge of the cliff, the edge of your kind of known world, you see 7 large stones overlooking the cliff's edge. You kind of keep approaching, and at this point, Sigrid is at the front and ascending up the created path. By himself, a good distance ahead of you guys, but he is kind of leading the charge here at this point. With each step you get closer, notice how large the stones are themselves. Probably 15 feet tall and like 7 or so feet around. Once you get to the edge of the stones and you begin looking up at them, you can see that they have this kind of nearly smooth surface to them with these deep carvings in them that make some sort of shapes and depictions. They're all in a circle and kind of evenly placed apart. And you can see in the middle of all the stones on this kind of elevated stone platform, Sirko. He stands there, waiting for you to approach. Snow still all around, but moved about. At this point, you know once you step into the actual circle, there is no turning back. You look up at the large stones. Holy shit, I lost my place. You look up at the large stones and kind of begin to look at each of them and take in exactly what it is that you are looking at.
Make sure to do all the side quests before we go in.
It did sound like
can't
it was
return to this area
Yeah.
anymore.
This place itself is something to
Checkpoint
marvel at,
received.
and none of you have ever been here. You can see rune crystals glowing or growing kind of in abundance here and glowing all about. The stones, as you look at them, are both intimidating and uplifting. This kind of deeply found respect for everything. You see a stone with a bear standing on its hind legs, letting out a kind of loud roar. The face of a wolf carved into the front of a stone with these kind of fiery-looking eyes. On another, and then one stone you can see is 2 kind of weaving serpents with water splashing around them. Your eyes kind of slowly scan as you begin to take it all in. You can see another stone is just an eagle's wings kind of wrapped around with bolts of lightning kind of arcing in different directions, going all about. Another one is a poised and kind of graceful fox standing on a log as it stares kind of toward the center of the stones. You can see a large tree branch with a crow perched upon it, carved into the stone, with one beady eye staring down at the center. And the final one, a large dragon head with fire rolling from its mouth. At this point, if anybody wants to do anything prior to Sigurd entering the circle, and now is the time. And for clarification, he's merely just going in here to see if the spirits do kind of deem him to be worthy and ready.
If you had to get one stat for advantage, what would it be? Well, you already got the one from him for whatever one you want. But I think wisdom. Or intelligence.
Maybe
Or dexterity, or strength,
Charisma.
or constitution.
Yeah, what if I have to like persuade them or something?
I'm letting you pick because I don't want to be wrong. So
I mean,
That's wrong of you already.
if you give me any buff, that's a buff I didn't have before.
Wow.
I'm gonna.
That's why the spirits chose this guy.
This guy's a wise man.
Yeah,
He's
that's
fucking
crazy.
wise.
That's crazy.
This guy's wise.
Plus my wisdom. That's all
Alright.
I'm saying.
Wisdom?
I'm gonna walk up to you before you step in and put my hand on your shoulder. Then I'm gonna reach out and pull out a feather. It's got like a green hue to it. Not normal.
It's not?
I'm glad you told us.
Magical?
Take this. As you grab onto it, it just fizzles into energy. You don't notice anything, but I cast Enhance Ability on you and use Eagle Splendor, which gives you advantage on all charisma checks for 1 hour.
Ooh, it's gonna be all wisdom checks.
He said it, not me.
Thank you.
I'm also going to approach. I created essentially like just like an incense stick kind of thing of Rotsbean powder, and I'm going to basically wave it around him and bask him in it and hopefully help him commune with the spirits. And I'm just going to say, believe in yourself, trust your instincts. The spirits chose you for a reason. You got this.
Or I could give you like a lucky rock or something. That's special.
I already gave
took
him my
one
token,
of
so
these
I
off
just
his
go up
mouth
behind
back
him and just I got him a nice shoulder, massage, rough rub or whatever, just to loosen him up. Got this, brother.
You can do this.
Good luck.
If we gotta jump in there with you, we will.
You guys have been traveling for 2 days. Brody hasn't said a word until just now when he just said good luck.
He starts crying.
And he just
Thank you.
walks away.
Kind of look back at everyone, give a head nod, and I'll start walking in. Not unknowing what to expect or what I'm expected to do.
Alright. Anything else?
I probably would have done it earlier in the day, maybe while we were walking. I would have approached Kane with
That thing on him, bro. Give me some runes, bitch.
well, he's our resident rune expert. So I would have approached him and pulled out my notebook and asked him if he knew what the symbol meant that I found on the lone burial mound.
Okay. Looking at it, it is a symbol basically that very clearly means either exile or abandonment or to shun.
Grab it.
There's a lot
Where'd
of
you,
bad juju associated with it.
where'd you find this rune?
I think I saw it in passing somewhere, and I'm gonna try and deceive.
Okay.
So
That's up to you if you want to look into if you think he's
I'm not
lying.
inherently doing this unless it's...
Just make a deception check.
Maybe obviously start sweating or something.
Right.
You do have a baseline intuition.
16.
16. Oh,
It's not high enough for that.
I don't necessarily
Passive
mean
insight
anything
is not
malicious
that
by it.
good.
I just kind of want to find out more
Yep.
before I say anything.
Yeah, it's just something he came across, you think?
Yeah, it's not really like a very good rune. It's like abandonment, exiling.
Good to know.
Not one that you want to see.
Probably not. Okay. Thanks. I really should spend the time to learn Old Runic at some point.
Alright. At this point, watching, you can kind of see everyone begin gathering around the sides near the stones, but not quite like inside. You make your way into the circle, up onto that little stone platform. It's not like a large table or anything, it's just like this large stone rock that has like a little bit of a flat surface to the top of it that you stand upon. Snow, like I said, still kind of scattered all around. You can see the stones themselves that are all around are basically immaculate. They don't have any like sitting on top of it or anything like that. Like in the deep carvings of the stone itself is cleared out.
I think as I'm like walking in, it'd probably be like just my mind pulling me to it, like an inherent thing, but like maybe just staring more at the like stone of like Sulkir, since that's like kind of the god I like look to the most.
Got it. Alright. Walking up as you are kind of staring at the stones and taking it all in, you do feel that pull towards Sulkir, and like as you're walking up, that one eye that's kind of like focused on the middle, it almost feels like looking at like a painting, and it looks like that eye is kind of trailing you. It's similar to where you feel like every step that you're kind of walking up, the eye is just slowly tracking you and watching you. And even though there is like that comfort in looking at it, there's also this like kind of nervousness feeling of like just somebody like staring at you and like waiting for you to do something, like waiting for there to be some sort of a moment, and you don't even realize everybody else around there doing that. You feel more of the intense glare of that beady eye from that statue looking out at you, as if there is Sulkir actually there, like looking down. The carvings themselves, like of these things, you know, like they're like 10 feet or so. It's this huge, like 10-foot or so carving of like a large crow, like up on a perch, basically staring down at you. So it feels kind of intense as you're kind of looking up at that. You get a little closer to the circle. The seer, this kind of dark, cloaked self, you see no facial features. You don't even see what it could appear to be like his actual face itself anywhere in sight. You can just kind of see the figure itself kind of hunched over. There's almost this like magical darkness surrounding the actual face itself to where you can't gauge inside and see what he looks like by any means. You can just see the hands kind of peering out of the robe. You don't see any legs or any feet or anything of that sort. It's just his hands kind of peering out. As he's kind of like reaching out, he has the staff in one hand, his other hand kind of up. Spirits, we call on you now to judge upon this Viking. His hand kind of waves a little further. Sigrid, the hunter. Deem if he is worthy for this, if he is ready. His time has come to rise up and prove himself a true Viking. You have sent me signs, and I have seen them. Tell us, Sigrid, who calls to you? He kind of gestures his hand around the stones.
Sulkir.
He kind of takes his hand and points it up towards Sulkir. You can see his hand, like the way that it kind of moves and stretches. The fingers almost look like they're breaking as they're like moving about. They're kind of almost just skeleton-like with how gaunt and bony they are. As he takes his hand, you can see this like single little bit of energy. It's not like some color of like blue or purple or green or anything. It's just like this, almost like how you can see heat coming from something is very similar to what is coming from his hand as he's just kind of like pulling and pushing it outward. Tell us, Sulkir, is it so? As he raises his hand up. You can see the stones, basically just no sort of energy or nothing or anything coming from them like that's manifested that you can see. But looking, you can see and feel some sort, like you can't see anything, but you can feel energy almost emanating from it. And from the one from Sulkir, you can almost feel it a little bit more. And as you feel that energy kind of pulling a little bit more, your eyes kind of, like you just kind of close your eyes instinctually as you're feeling that presence, and you feel yourself kind of open them, but when you open them, it's dark. You don't see anything, and you can't like really hear anything. You can hear only the breath of Seer Cove next to you. Just this kind of like
Dude, he's trying to hear the spirits. This guy.
call to him, call to Solkir. May he hear you and bless you. Your vision's still dark.
Probably take a couple deep breaths. Solkir, I'm here.
Make a charisma check. Make a charisma check.
Good call.
Oh, good call, good call. That's why this guy got called by the spirits.
That's that guy.
He's him.
20.
20.
Damn. Really hit the spirit line on that one.
That darkness, once you call out initially, you can feel your heart kind of go from racing to still and calm. But it's kind of like almost to where you feel like it stops beating for a moment. And then you kind of feel it just slowly at a normal pace kind of beating as you call out. The presence that you feel that's kind of pulling you towards the stone, the darkness being all that you see, this faint little purple, dull kind of glow of energy comes forward, and you watch it slowly getting closer and closer to where what you can see is some sort of purple wispy shape of a bird that's starting to fly towards you. It's flying directly at your face, and something instinctually would tell you to move, to like dodge or get out of the way, but you embrace it more than anything. And as this purple kind of bird flies towards your face, the wisp of energy that kind of goes like right up into the top part of your forehead, you guys don't see that, but you do see this kind of just natural like subtle flick of his head backward, and then his eyes like actually opening to where before you felt like you had opened your eyes, but you didn't. Your eyes were just kind of closed as you were just staring, like looking out towards the statue with your eyes shut. Your head kind of flicks back and your eyes open, and in that moment you watch each stone kind of begin to illuminate with this variety of colors. They kind of swirl into this prismatic blanket of energy around and above the stones, making this kind of dome. You can see colors fading and the dome becoming clear, where these mixes of colors make this almost translucent, like transparent protection bubble around everything. And you guys are within the stones. You're not kind of on the outside. You're just kind of encircling on the edges, so you're within this dome as well. You watch all of the colors as they fade, making it clear, as I said, and kind of creating a dome. All of them are now focused at the very top center point of the dome, hovering directly above the platform, causing your eyes to just naturally look up towards it. No longer swirling, but you can see each rune in the sky. And each rune in the sky is of like the kind of older runic symbols, where each of them is showing just the spirits themselves. A slowly kind of descending cascade of those colors begins to come from each rune. You can see colors of blues, purples, greens, and reds, and yellows, as they kind of fall like snow and blips of glowing energy descending around the area kind of surrounding you. You watch the colors as they hit the ground begin to form lines and kind of spread outward. You see a purple circle of energy kind of surrounding Sigrid. The rest of the colors fade out, and the seer begins to walk around you. You feel a quick poke in your shoulder as he holds a long needle-like blade, essentially, and he drops the blood onto the ground at your feet. You see the eye of the crow glows on the statue, and all of you see this, that kind of purple glow. He kind of reaches outward. Solkir looks upon you to complete this trial, but not alone. You haven't noticed until now as Seer Ko kind of points out at Cain at this point, the long kind of bony finger. Step forward. He then takes his finger again and points. Step forward. Step forward. Step forward. And the finger kind of leers a little bit over the Jarl and Elric and Astrid before it kind of falls to his side a little bit. As he points to each of you and you stand forward, one by one each of you take a couple of steps and see swirls of energy beneath you. A kind of green and red swirl beneath Steiner, this kind of blue solid ring of energy under Brodier, this bright orange burning around Voktash with silver kind of flecks of light blue sprinkled through it. And you can see Kane's as this kind of mix of every color almost. The spirits have chosen you to aid Sigrid in this journey. Your fates all intertwined. The beast you must face will be a catalyst to the way of the Vikings if not dealt with. This will not only define Sigrid as the hunter, but it will change one of your lives for forever until you reach Valhalla. I sense the spirit of Aldrich here. He watches the rite of passage with curiosity. Prove yourself successful, and you shall all gain favor toward Valhalla. Fail, and the Viking way could fall to ruin. The bear shall not return to Skalavik, but you shall find it. And when you find it, only then must you decide. Under the moonlight, the spirits will show you where to go. They can only show you the path. But as I said, what you do once you reach your destination is for you to decide. The staff hits against the stone. This kind of loud, resounding goes across everything. The colors fade out, the dome disappears, the runes fizzle out, the color glowing beneath all of you goes away. There's almost this darkness that kind of comes over everything before the moonlight kind of slightly shines, and then you watch the clouds begin to cover it up. Seer Ko walks to Jarl Ragnvald. The Jarl kind of leans down toward him a few kind of to say something into his ear. A few words are said by the seer. You can see as his hand, like the seer facing away from you going towards the cliff's edge basically, and the Jarl standing next to him facing in towards the runes. You can see his hand kind of turning around and his body moving as if he's speaking. The Jarl leaning in, and then the Jarl walks towards the center of the stones, and the seer walks off towards the cliff before disappearing into some sort of snowy bit of a fog.
That guy's cool.
The spirits have spoken. Sigrid shall embark on this journey. The rite shall commence, and he will be aided by his fellow Viking brothers. The spirits smile on us once more, Bone Cloaks. Slokir favors you, Sigrid. Embrace him, and he shall guide you with wisdom upon this journey. The rest of you, join Sigrid at the platform and wait. The seer said the spirits will give you a sign when it's time. You are not to leave this platform until then. The rest of us must take our leave. You watch as your parents just kind of look on with a slight head nod. You can see your mother kind of holding at her chest, kind of touching it, like giving a little pat to it. You can see them wanting to like come over and embrace you, but something feeling like they just must kind of walk away and go. You watch everybody kind of take their leave, and you guys being the only ones remaining now at this point. Standing on the platform, kind of looking at one another, trying to see what is going to be next. We'll take a quick break right there before we come back to that, and then we will pick it up from there to finish the rest of the session.
What do we do if we have to pee? We're stuck on this platform.
We're in.
You know, last we left off.
We're back.
Ooh.
If we did another, we'd be here all day. The joke. He actually wasn't ready.
Crazy.
All right.
He's still not ready. That all right was a stall.
Yeah.
So
All
at this
right.
point, you guys are all gathered upon the stone platform. The very strange, I guess, ceremony you could say, has taken place. There's a lot that occurs that's hard to like fully take in and understand, and that's something of your culture that's kind of intrinsic to it. Like, there are these very grand beliefs that you guys have, and ideas of how things are, and even sometimes the way that you carry yourselves is in this very kind of grandiose way of life, of where you have such a strong faith and belief in the way that things are, that sometimes when you see these things that are really like far out there or kind of foreign or different, it doesn't really surprise you much. Like there's still like that kind of shock and awe factor and that wonder to things, but it's not like a wow, I can't believe this. It's more of like a wow, I can't believe I'm actually seeing this kind of thing. Like you know that it's there and you believe in it, but for you to actually experience it and be able to marvel at it is something different, like kind of different entirely. But at this point, you guys are standing upon this stone platform. You've basically been told not to leave, or been told, just said tolden. You have been told not to leave the platform until you receive some sort of a sign or whatever it may be.
We're gonna die. 6 years later, a leaf fell close
They
to your
left
head.
with all the food. We're stuck up here.
It is already nighttime. The moon kind of covered by the clouds, so it's pretty dark. And yes, that does happen. You guys find yourselves kind of just laying on the cold stone, kind of bundled up, falling asleep. You don't have anything to like really start a fire in front of you, nor does that seem like the appropriate thing to do by any means. It is cold. You feel slightly fatigued. The night goes through, progresses. You hear the howling of wolves in the distance kind of fading out. Birds kind of cawing as they're flying away, and you can see some of them like kind of coming from the north and flying over the stones, almost as if they're just like migrating or whatever it may be. It's probably about noon the next day. The cold has kind of let up because the sun is out until maybe 2 or so hours pass before the cloud cover comes in, and it's this kind of perpetual gray sky once more. The day continues on further and further. You're looking around, some of you getting up, pacing, walking about because it's kind of getting a little bit unnerving. You have all of this energy and this anticipation for something, but you can't do anything right now. You're just sitting, waiting. Night falls once more, and with it the cold is a little bit more intense. The cloud cover still strong in there. The wind kind of picks up, but it's coming more from the west. I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright. Not this time.
Damn good. Nice. Pro move. You wanna reroll? No, I don't have that ability yet. Sorry.
What'd you roll?
At 12.
Oh, that's not that bad.
I got a chill
Point
with an
three.
11, so.
9,
Don't you have proficiency?
11.
Oh shit, you know what? You might.
As a barbarian,
You,
should.
hey, you right, bro. 14. Damn, I might not have got the chill the last time. I would have had a 15. Damn.
20.
20?
Yep.
Okay. Brodir, Boktash, and Kane. The three of you, the cold bothers you. Were you rolling with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just suck, bro. Just, I don't know what to tell you.
The three of you kind of start to really
Different.
feel the chill, and you're kind of going from like just kind of sitting there and kind of like a little shake to like every now and then you get these kind of like sudden like chills up your spine, and you feel your teeth kind of chattering. It is very cold, and it's not letting up by any means. You have disadvantage on your checks. Disadvantage on ability checks and attacks. You take an additional 2 cold damage every time you're hurt, and initially, right now, you take 5 cold damage.
Jesus.
I'm gonna use prestidigitation. I'm gonna pull out a cup, and probably not gonna do that much because it's just prestidigitation, but it does allow me to like warm something up. So I'm gonna pour some water in it and just like pass that around and refill as needed to try and help them.
I can, after a long rest, I can like change my spells, right?
Yes.
So it would be kind of meta-y, but for the next day I will make sure I, what's the spell? I think it's produce
It's
flame.
basically going to progress through the night into the next day, so you can do that now.
Okay, then yeah, I will prepare.
Yeah. So
it just takes a minute to change.
at this
it.
point, basically 2 days have passed of nothing but you sitting on this stone platform in the cold,
We're gonna die here.
waiting for something.
Guys, this is boring.
I don't want to be Viking
I'm almost.
anymore.
Almost.
You're also the biggest guy.
I'll be here.
I'm gonna go find that warm
I accept.
I'll move somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm gonna move somewhere else.
I'll move to Florida.
Move to the swamp.
Sitting on the platform itself,
Don't move the floor.
the stone itself, it almost like
Oh,
feels like when your
WrestleCators.
body's on it that it's like cold initially, and then it kind of warms up, but then like every time you move, it's almost like you've just readjusted and realized that it is still cold and there's like no warmth here, and the stone is like just sucking every amount of warm energy that you have like almost out of your body to where it's making you even colder. You're kind of shaking and shivering. Everybody is like it's cold. Some of you are not able to resist it as much as others. The warm drinks help, but it's just quite not enough to really like warm you up to where you need to be. In these moments, these last 2 days, you have had those thoughts of, why am I here? Do I really need to do this? What would happen if I just left? And then you're like, well, I can't go back to the village without doing this. You know, like you're thinking of all of these. It's like this full-on devil's advocate conversation with your self the whole time of, well, I could just leave. Like, what's stopping me from leaving? So like, well, if I leave and I go back, like, I'm basically going to be shunned. And then all of you think, like, this is his trial, but I'm just here helping. Like, what would happen if I just left? And like, well, if I leave, and every time he looks at me, he's gonna be like, dude, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
like you can't. There's this just internal battle you keep having with yourself, and there are moments where you kind of get to the edge of the stone platform, and you're looking out like into the snow, like the direction of where Skalovik is. Like, we should just go home. Like, nothing's happening. Like, this isn't right. Then you start to think, like, you know, are the spirits here? But then there's also that other side where, like, they are here. I'm here for a reason. Like, this is all part of it. Like, I need to stick this out. There's something and there's a reason that I'm here for. And I just
Mr.
need
Beast
to wait.
video. So I ain't getting no money at the end of
Trying to win the.
this. I ain't getting no fucking money at the end of this shit.
I'd rather be on Mr. Beast.
Oh, fuck, that's so good.
Did you find the spells there, Boktash?
I can't. I
Do you know
don't think
what
it's.
it is?
Conjure flame?
Well, I was gonna like try to
Conjure
use produce
bonfire?
flame. Well, conjure bonfire is an attack spell.
Oh.
It only lasts for 1 minute, and it's meant to burn whoever's standing on that space.
Produce flame might be what you're looking for.
Yeah, but I mean it's a
I used it last campaign. I know
I'd take
it's
some
real.
fire damage right now is all I'm thinking.
it's
You want to light me on fire, I'm
it's
down for a
it's
little
a cantrip and it lasts for 10 minutes, but I do produce a flame in my hand.
But I mean, you can just keep doing that.
Yeah. Can I just do that?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
It does fire damage if you hurl it at a creature, so I'd imagine it will keep maybe like at least a person or maybe two or something.
Don't hurl it at us.
I say it will keep you warm enough.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't be enough for like everybody around, especially because of like the environment. Like it's just not enough. So your point of hypothermia goes away.
Okay.
It is probably mid-afternoon at this point on basically your third day of being here.
If I hit
So
the
you
wild
have
magic surge and
slept
fireball
through
will all
2
be
nights.
warm.
We also might not be alive.
You guys all have enough health to survive.
It is your third day of being at the stones, going into the third night.
I got good berry, by the way, so I've been keeping us fed.
Nice, nice.
Okay.
So you would have whatever rations you would have prepared to go on this journey. You would have gone through those, and you
Okay.
are now going into whatever you have within like.
I actually,
your
in my
pack.
rations, pack firewood. So can we like make a fire?
Burning hands, my face.
So yeah, you'd be on to like rations and
All I
everything.
have
But
is Ray of Frost.
this
That'll help. Freeze
mid-afternoon
us
of the next day, like
completely.
late afternoon even, the sun has completely disappeared at this point, but you can still see that there's a little bit of light, and you can see it's because the cloud cover at this point is pretty minimal, and it has been throughout this entire day. But once night comes and that sun is fully gone, the cold does blister a little bit more. I need everybody to make a con save again.
So it's just flat now for me, right?
No,
Or no,
it's
it's a
only ability
save.
checks and attacks. It's saving throws, so it's still.
What the fuck, dude? I'm so warm now.
You, Voktash, could go with advantage because you have that fire in front of you.
Oh, thank God. I don't know if it helped though.
9 again.
Okay.
15.
17.
23.
10?
I'm fucking mountain board, bitch.
I also didn't have a point.
I'm a mountain board.
I can't get cold.
You guys,
cold. You know who else is mountain board?
sitting here on the platform, as the days start to kind of progress further,
Yeah.
you can see, so both Steiner and Kane, you guys are going to take another point of, or you take one. You're at 2 levels of hypothermia. Attacks against you are at advantage, and you now take 5 cold damage every hour.
But we better decide not to
You
go
don't
fight
take
this
any
bear,
right now
man.
initially, but you guys look at Kane, and you can see that he's just kind of like sitting, and he's doing one of these. Like it's kind of obvious. You feel dizzy. You can feel your heart rate kind of beginning to like slow down almost, as opposed to before where it's kind of beating really fast, trying to pump blood through your body. It's almost like decompensating to the point where you are now like everything's slow. You feel tired. You're
Is
kind of
it-
getting like really sleepy.
Is it visibly?
Yes. You can see like his head kind of down and he's like kind of rocking around and swaying. He is no longer shivering. He's just kind of there with his
Okay,
head kind of down.
That's not good, guys.
You feel cold. You just take that initial 5 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And then anytime you take damage now it's 2.
That's a good chunk of my
I don't know why
health.
I'm not.
I go from 30 to.
Hopefully.
I take off my the elk fur cloak that I have on, and I drape it over Kane.
Drape it
To
over
try and
and
help
he-
a little bit.
Doesn't even really seem to like
Yeah.
fully
I'm
react.
gonna-
Like he just
Start pulling stuff out of my bag as soon as I see that he's not shivering anymore. And I'm going to mix up some river grass, some honey, and some willow bark, which should help with cold and fever
Okay.
when mixed up. So I'll just start mixing away and preparing that.
all right. You yourself feel kind of cold, but like
yeah.
seeing that, like it's almost like as you're going through and doing this, it's like pins and needles like on
Yeah.
your hands, like as you're trying to go through and grab and adjust things.
Yeah. I think seeing him worse off than me, I'm just trying to ignore it for now. And
Gotcha. An hour passes. Kane, you take 5 points of cold damage.
and I take 2 or no?
You don't take any. You only
Okay.
take it if you are damaged
More
by
than one?
first. Yeah. Like if
So-
you
Well,
if you take damage.
You got
take
your
an
5
additional
from a
2.
long
Oh,
rest
I see.
because this is the next day, right?
Yeah, you would have been at
Full health, right?
full health. Then,
Yeah.
So it would have been just the initial 5 from right now. So 5 from your max is where you should be right now. Because of the full.
I like to
Alright.
get a full rest while I have hypothermia points.
Yeah, you will.
If I light him on fire, does it go away?
Interesting.
We'll see. Can you just like instead of lighting him on fire,
Guys,
can you hold
maybe
the
we
flame
should
towards him?
maybe we should huddle together for warmth. I don't know how much it would help.
With your
kinda
produced flame,
gay.
you can basically pick who you want to be warming up.
You can stay outside.
Okay. Like
Yeah, I'll
you're
just-
holding it in front of him, like he's kind of like with the pelt leaned
I'll,
over.
Maybe you're not comfortable with
I'll
feeling
be
those
focusing on
feelings,
warming
but
him up then.
That's fine. You can hang out outside the huddle.
All right. As night kind of begins to progress further, you can see.
Can we all bundle up together?
You get kind of
Well,
close here, like, and you guys kind of naturally do right now because, as I said, Steiner noticing that and Sigrid noticing Kane just like at a point where he's no longer shivering and just like in this ball in the fetal position, like almost falling over. Sigrid comes over and puts the cape over his shoulders and kind of like tucks it around him. You watch Voktash kind of take the flame and put it underneath like the cape itself, to where he's got this like kind of little
Yeah, that's
warm
probably
spot.
actually nice.
And then Steiner is starting to like, you watch him frantically even doing it, like kind of shivering, shaking, dropping shit, it's falling down. So you're kind of just like reaching down and helping like grab and hand stuff back to him. He like grabs his little pestle and starts like grinding stuff in there. Pours it into like a warm drink, takes prestidigitation and just like warms it up. Puts it underneath and your hands are just like stuck to your sides. Like you just can't like bring yourself to even like move by any means. He takes your head and kind of tilts it back, and it's got a very not grand taste to it, but it's warm.
Earthy for sure.
It kind of goes down. You start to feel that
River
shiver
water,
come back
think
a little
river
bit, but it's almost like your body's like
There's a little honey
back to
in
its
there. It's kinda
natural
sweet.
Earthy
state
notes.
of trying to fight it off. So instead of being at the moderate level, you're back to mild. So you're not taking that 5 cold damage every hour. However, you still have disadvantage on ability checks and attacks, and you take 2 additional cold damage every time you're hurt. But you are warm. It is fully now at this point over into night. You feel yourself still kind of tired and like fatigued. Your skin is numb, kind of cold for you and Steiner both. Like you have those pins and needle feelings in your hands, but you're not like slowly being killed from the cold right now. Because everybody just came together and helped you very quickly. Night fully falls at this point, and it's bright because of the full moon kind of shining down upon this platform. The light from the moon itself begins to illuminate the stones and kind of shine over. As it shines over the stone, each of them glows, and you see a dull glow from each statue. But you look over and you can see the eye of Sulkir kind of glows bright, and a dull glow pulses at the base of the stone, very subtly. It kind of takes all of your attention over to it, and you all kind of stand up and begin to look at it. A surge of energy kind of bursts from it and then goes up across the sky. You can see this bright glow of a deep purple begin to fly about, and it moves with the kind of rhythm of a bird. And as it begins to dive down, you see that it is a purple wisp kind of that resembles a crow. It begins to fly east away from the stones into the clean canvas of snow, into the unknown parts of your known world that you shall set forth on and discover. You begin to hurry and kind of catch up to it as the rest of the party obviously sees the same thing. You all like immediately rush up and begin following in the same direction that the wisp has gone. As everyone does, Brodier, you trail behind a bit, and you feel this kind of slight pull at the back of your head almost. It feels like a tug, like something's like, or someone is trying to turn you around almost. You follow that notion and turn, and as you do, your eyes are brought to those of the statue of Uldric. The eyes are kind of this dull blue glow, and it slowly fades away before you hear one of your fellow Viking brothers call out to you to hurry up.
Hurry up!
I'll turn around and start heading towards him.
You're gonna freeze if you stand there.
You leave the stones and begin going down the same path you basically followed before it kind of starts to veer a little bit more north, but it's not even enough to where like you can tell like that it's going northeast. It's just enough like you're just kind of following behind this wisp. The cold has not let up since you left. The sky is gray, but there is still that bright kind of moonlight shining down onto the like area that you're in to where you can kind of see. Your footfalls themselves are kind of unpredictable on the snow, as at this point you have left like the actual path and gone a little bit more on this northeastern way. It's still closer to east than it is going north as far as northeast would be concerned, but you're, instead of like going the straight east, it's just kind of like this slight gradual incline upward. You're going through pretty much basically like large clearings of snow. So you've originally gone into this forest portion, but you've more followed it on the northern part of it where it's a lot more sparse. So you're just running across these fields of snow, these just untouched blankets of snow essentially. Your footfalls on the snow, like I said, are unpredictable, as some of them find purchase upon firm snow while others collapse into this kind of cold void underneath. The walking continues for some time, and you can still see that purple wisp flying ahead in the distance, roughly 100 or so feet. Its pace makes you really have to put some like pep in your step to kind of keep up with it, and at moments it seems as though it's getting further away and not slowing down by any means. You can feel how tired you are, but something in you makes you push through it and continue on. You gain a bit of distance, and the wisp actually seems like it gets a bit closer, and it's good that you did, because at this point you can see a thicket of trees beyond it. This is roughly 3 hours or so of running into the night, basically, now that you're following this wisp. Doesn't seem to be waiting for you by any means and pushes on. Traveling now at this point for roughly 4 hours into the night, it is not so dark due to the bright kind of moonlight from the full moon, but once you enter the tree line of where it kind of gets a little bit more thick, it actually becomes a little easier to walk on, but a little harder to keep up with the wisp, if that makes sense. It's just because of the snow being covered by the canopy of the trees, but also the obstacles that you come across while you are running through here. Like, it's easier for you to walk, but this wisp is just like darting through the trees, flying in and out of sight. I'm gonna need 2 people to make a perception check. Sigrid, you're gonna be one of them.
Okay.
How many days were we waiting? 3 or 2?
Let's hope I don't roll like shit.
This is day 3.
You
You
would
slept
never.
there 2 nights.
Okay.
25. Like I said,
25?
you would never. Not in our campaign.
21.
Bro, just accept it's a 25. Stop looking at it so deeply.
It could be something else.
That's an 18, right?
That's what mine was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
He said, I really don't know.
Yeah, that's an 18.
Alright,
They should
25.
have really inked those a different color.
Yeah.
Between the 2 of you, it is
Like on black
obvious.
ink.
The 2 of you take the lead of the party as you're kind of
Okay,
running
I do
through. You both have kept warm pretty well throughout. And right now at this point, the cold doesn't seem to be hindering any of you. Even though you do have those levels of hypothermia, whoever that may be, there's this like adrenaline surge right now of like this chase of keeping up with this wisp and kind of following behind it. You can see as it's starting to go, the trees look like they get thick, like you can almost not see past like in between breaks of them, because it's like tree, but then there's like one right where the other like break in them would be, to where it's so close together that you're not seeing anything but like almost like this wall of trees. And you watch the crow kind of like flying and just like hits right into the middle of it, almost like disappearing, like it went through it. You start to run and traverse to get around basically to where it is, because you can't go through this like thick part of it where it just
Oh,
kind of
you really
bursts
don't
through.
think I could just run through them?
I'm running straight through.
Once you push through to the side of it and kind of get through a smaller clearing, it opens up to what you can see immediately upon looking at it is this just a horror scene essentially. Once you get to it, everybody stops like dead in their tracks. You can see what looks like tents that are just kind of like ripped apart. You're not 100% sure where you are like in the world as far as your region goes, but where you are and where you're looking right now, you can see 8, maybe 9 or so corpses that are kind of spread throughout here. Deep gouge marks into the bodies, blood kind of splayed everywhere, ripped in half. You can see limbs that are kind of thrown over to the side, arrows that are just kind of spread all throughout, like on the ground, like a quiver got knocked over and it was dumped down. A fire that's completely out and actually covered in snow. The tents themselves that are set up have rips and tears into them. You start to look at the bodies that are around you, and you can see people that look like familiar to some degree, but you don't know on a personal level. Like, they just look like maybe you've seen them at one point or another, and it's obvious that they are Viking of some sort. Whether it be from somewhere else, you know that they're not from your village, but your kind of area in which you are, it's probably common that they're probably from Gatland, and you start to like look around at what they have near them, and you can see this kind of cart that looked like it had possibly some sort of animal pulling it, like some sort of animal husbandry type thing where they were using it to pull these wagons. It's completely snapped off, like where the reins would be attached and everything, but the cart itself has some picks inside of it, shovels, like prospecting, like mining type tools. So it kind of leads you to believe that it is quite possibly them. And you can see where they are, that there's actually this kind of very, very large rock that's kind of over on the side. It has a bunch of cracks and breaks in it, where it looks like they were carving into it and taking parts of this stone, because what you're looking at is like essentially some very, very large boulder, but when you get closer to looking where all of these supplies are kind of gathered, there's these kind of veins that are kind of cracked through it where there might be some sort of possible mineral or ore that is underneath that they were seeming to be mining. You start to look around a little closer, and much of it is very obvious, which is why I'm not really making you do any checks or anything, but you start to kind of look around and do your due diligence of like, what the hell happened here, and you already have a feeling. Like, you already know that the spirits have guided you here and led you here by some means. You're still probably 2.5 days or so away from the village. Since you've left, it hasn't snowed really where you are. It's just been kind of windy and cold. So nothing was really going to be covered up by any means. So you start to look around, and you can see, and everybody can see at this point, bloody kind of paw prints of this bear. They're large. They're very large, almost to the point where it makes you think, like, do we have to follow this? Like, for a split second, like, is this really what we have to do? But you know that you're here for a reason, and being told by the seer that this bear will be the catalyst of Viking life as you know it causes you to get this kind of reinvigorated bravery to you as you're looking at some sort of foreshadowing essentially of that, because of all of these bodies kind of strewn about, and you don't know you can't really read the motives of this bear, or what it's doing, or why it's doing what it's doing, or why it's even here, where it's like coming from. But based on these tracks that you see, you at least know where it's going back to, or where it's heading. And you know that you at least have, and will be able to find, if you keep this heading of where these paw prints are going, the direction of it, to where you can follow it and encounter it.
We follow the bear?
I'm deferring to you in this instance because it's your trial.
We're led here for a reason. Whatever aims this bear's going for, whether it's food or pure aggression, I feel like we have to at least see where it went. Because if it's moved on from livestock to people, then we don't need it coming to the village anymore.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
What direction are these prints going?
Basically due north from where this is.
Does it it look like the way the prints were was like running that way, or just like a walk?
Walk.
Are the like at this point is the blood frozen? Are the bodies how fresh?
Make a survival check.
It's really open here. So it's- Eight.
The cold will preserve things pretty good as far as the bodies go. The best gauge of anything you'd be able to tell would be from the blood itself, and it hasn't like fully frozen or encased itself in the ice, but it's still like in that time period where like it's definitely not like a week, but it's definitely not fresh.
Okay.
So you're somewhere in between there, whether it be a day or days.
Okay. Alright. We probably shouldn't delay that. It's headed north. We don't want it making its way to Gatland.
Yeah. For the for like the ritual stones and stuff, is that known? Is that like just our village, or is that all the villages
All
around?
villages. All of them.
You guys ready to continue on, or?
Mm-hmm.
Start going north, following these tracks.
Your pace at this point has changed from this kind of damn near sprint to keep up with the wisp to being stopped dead in your tracks to look at this. The wisp nowhere in sight at this point. But Sulkier essentially, in your eyes and belief has led you here for a reason and given you basically the path as you were told by the seer that you would be given. But once you reach that destination, it's up to you to decide, and you have decided that you guys are going to go in search of this bear. You start to kind of follow the trail, and it's not difficult by any means to follow. The depressions into the snow are basically down to where there's grass beneath it, or rock or dirt or whatever it may be, just because of the sheer weight of the bear stepping upon the snow. The snow itself this time of year is like kind of in this halfway state where, depending on like how the wind hits it, how cold it gets, like if it'll actually like freeze really well into like some sort of thick blanket of snow, or if it'll still remain somewhat soft and pliable for you to step upon. And the bear's weight doesn't really matter as far as that goes. It could basically almost be ice, and it would probably crush it and push it down. So following the path of like the footprints is pretty easy to do, and you know that it would take some pretty substantial snowfall within the next probably 3 days or so in order for these to be like fully covered. So you feel good in knowing that you'll be able to follow them for some time and some distance. The trees have basically all but disappeared at this point. There's like some every so often, like randomly spread throughout. You can see that the path that the bear is kind of taking seems pretty deliberate. There are some random trees spread throughout, and it kind of like walks around them. It's like walking up. It's walking in some sort of a just normal, even pace. Honestly, it's nothing too sporadic or crazy or hard to keep up with. It's not running.
As we like pass some of the trees too, I just want to look at them and maybe if it like rubbed up against it, if it left any like tufts of fur or anything like that on them.
Okay. Make a perception check.
15?
15? Okay. Walking through, just gauging like where the tracks are in comparison to some of these trees. It's hard to gauge like the width of the bear in comparison to like where the paws are and like how it's walking and kind of striding. You walk for maybe like a good 2 or 3 hours from where you are right now. So you're getting like pretty well into the night, like 1 a.m. probably, like around that time. You start to kind of feel the fatigue of it, but you get to a point where there is a tree kind of like in the distance, and you can see it's like a pretty decent sized pine tree, maybe like 9-10 feet tall at best. It's not like anything huge, but it is quite large. You can see little tufts of fur possibly on it, but it doesn't seem like it rubbed on it. It might just be like the wind like blowing it onto it. It's more of just like shedding stuff than anything. It's not like these like huge clumps by any means, but it's just kind of like this deep brown, kind of almost pin-like, like needle-type hairs that are very fine, that are just like resting on the tree in these big clumps. But it's hard to tell like height or anything, like because it hasn't like it's not brushing up against anything. Essentially, there's enough space for it to like be walking freely through. You guys feel tired for sure. There's no good place to rest though as you're walking. You're realizing that you're now going uphill like quite a bit to where like your elevation is changing even from when you went to the stones. You kind of like drop down, and then once you started heading north, it actually started to climb like way more drastic than it was when you started doing it. Like you can feel yourself picking your legs up quite a bit to get up there. You kind of even step into the tracks of the bear because it's easier to like kind of make your way through. You guys kind of looking back can see the large furrows in the snow of where you're kind of dragging and like picking your feet up toward this path that you've kind of made behind you. Looking ahead, you can see that there is this kind of obvious, very, very large path that you're kind of coming perpendicular to. Like this path looks like it comes from the east and goes west in this kind of pattern, but you're kind of cutting up and across coming to it. And what appears to be kind of like a large hill. You can see jagged rocks, edges, these kind of blankets of snow above the rest of the ground. You're walking into kind of like a valley of sorts, and it leads up to this hill. You can see very obvious large bear tracks leading into the direction of the hill itself, into some sort of large kind of broken opening that goes into the hill. So that's for whatever you guys decide to do at this point.
We see it going into like the side of the mountain.
Yep, so it's basically like this valley, essentially. I actually have a map of it, and I'll show you guys. It's like a valley, and then the valley itself is kind of like snow and whatever. There's a couple of random trees, but like over to the side of it, like it's almost like the very, very, very bottom edge of like random like those mountains and hills and shit that you were seeing in the distance from the stones. This is basically like one of those, but it's more of like a large kind of stony hill that has breaks and kind of these crevices and stuff within it that you can traverse through. But from where you are, like in the distance, you can see a large kind of broken opening in it that looks like it goes into some sort of a path that these prints very, very obviously lead into.
I think this is the place.
This would be the best one I can think of.
You want to come up with a plan?
Do we want to draw it out? Do we want to fight it in there? What would you do as a hunter?
Normally I stalk my prey.
Well, we've been stalking.
Yeah. I mean, patience is key in a lot of scenarios. But the longer we wait, the more tired we're going to be.
That's true.
We're already late into the night.
Yep. Starting to feel a little loopy.
I don't think resting here is a good idea either.
Probably not. Well, if there's just the bear in there, maybe we can use the cave after if we manage to survive.
Yeah.
Be stealthy? I don't know. I'm not bad.
So this is basically the direction you're coming at this to.
Whoa, he's got a whole thing. Oh, I'd be stealthy. You think?
+3.
This right here.
Plus 3?
Will you switch that to the?
Combat.
Yeah.
Oh, +4. Oh.
Hmm?
Almost as stealthy as me. Well, fighter, remember, not a ranger.
What's happening here, dude?
You telling us? We don't know. You
Go to
streaming
the
Oh, no, it's
Discord.
infinitely Discord. The smart guy over there.
watch
Watch
it?
the stream.
Perfect. Maybe.
Not perfect.
Perfectly.
Get these things away from the freight like that.
So this is basically what you're looking at. This is the direction you're coming from. This right here is the entrance into the hill. And then this itself is a hill. The hill itself is not like crazy big. I mean, you're probably looking at its highest point, maybe 50, 60 feet. But it has a lot of jagged rocks at the top.
That's an entrance to the cave.
Yep.
Oh, that's a small hill. That's a tiny bear. About to beat this motherfucker ass. It must be small.
Sure. Go on in. The Oracle did say one of our lives should be changed forever. So if you want to go in first, you go for it. So our plan of attack, do we draw it out?
Well, it's either we corner it in the cave, or we have to draw it out here.
Do we think it's more dangerous in the cave than out here?
It probably would be. Because if it decides to charge something this big, we're not going to be able to stop it.
That's true. It's just gonna
At least out here, we can try and dodge it.
crush us.
Or we
Fall
just
off the
vanish from
corner.
existence.
Are these like trees and shrubs?
Shrubs and trees.
What the fuck?
No. Damn, he's got night vision.
Oh, let me
I'm there, dude. I'm telling you.
That's Brody.
What the fuck is going on?
Is the circle? Do you have to bring the circle down?
No,
On the
I don't
right?
think so. No, it shouldn't have to.
Oh, that's the actual camera.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google it.
This one will make shit disappear. Just might be buggy. Are you
What if-
underneath?
Nope.
What's the blue one do? Bring the
Water.
seawater? Oh, or sea level? Huh.
You didn't place road here under the tiles,
That's what they
did you?
just checked.
Whoa!
I didn't see anything.
Okay. This pissed me off.
Damn.
Make sure.
Yeah, it's not like you fucking.
See if you can set them like on the true bottom. Like if you go all the way down or something.
Hit tab maybe?
And just see if he'll like go on there or whatever. No.
No, it'll show me.
Maybe try reloading it.
Refresh.
Yeah, you don't like actually need it right now. I was just doing it more for whatever purposes, but
Okay.
Reset.
that's frustrating.
I mean, you could try reloading the game. I don't know.
Okay.
Is it because technically we're still back at the camp?
Could be. But
That
it
sounds
should,
kind of dumb though.
should pull
Yeah,
you.
Summon players to the board.
No, okay. Whatever. Not gonna sit here and fuck with it too much. Alright, what do you guys want to do?
You want to draw it out?
How would we do that?
I don't know.
Do we have anything?
We have 1 point, right?
Yeah, you should have 1 point, so your disadvantage on ability and attacks, and then you take 2 cold damage every time you're hurt.
Like I said, people still have advantage against me.
Not that way anymore, no.
I don't really have anything that will make a loud noise or anything. You got any spells like that?
Unless we can sneak up on it in there. Like I
You can
said, I
just
don't
yell.
know how sneaky it is.
Hey! Come out here! Yoo! Stops.
I can cast Speak with Animals.
Big nasty bear.
And I'll just go.
You have like a.
Which will be, come on out, buddy.
That's
That
gotta
would
work. Gotta work.
Could we, there's some shrubs around here. Could we try to smoke it out?
Could try.
I don't know if it would work. I'm not a hunter, but
I've never gone. Well, I've killed bears in the past, but never stalked them for food or.
have we
A hunt.
approached the entrance at this point, or are we like a ways back?
A ways back, you can see the entrance from the distance. You're on the other side, like you're basically looking at it from like here.
Okay. We might, walk over there to lure him out, and he might just come out. I don't know how deep that cave is. I can't see
How-
the back of it.
So we're looking at it from there, but like, what's the kind of like distance from it? Is that
Like how far you are from it?
Yeah, it's like
200 or so
a
feet.
couple hundred feet.
Yeah.
Could you shoot an arrow into there?
Could, but it's not really allowed.
Right.
What if we tie a bomb to the end of the arrow?
You have a bomb? Could I make a bomb? Somehow?
Can I make a bomb?
Out of alchemical ingredients?
Sentences you can only say in D&D.
Come get me.
I think it's in the cookbook you left at home.
Yep. Back in my hut.
All right. We'll have a vote.
Okay.
I've been preparing and casting Speak with Animals on myself this whole time.
That's not even one of the options for the vote.
I'm just doing it.
We unvote. We actually vote that you don't cast Speak with Animals.
Counterspell. Sorry.
Just waste all of our spell slots.
No, I'm just kidding.
All in
Oh.
favor
It's only
of
one action spell.
sneaking into that cliffside entrance and seeing the bear?
He's might be the sneakiest guy here.
I'm kind of
You
interested
vote me.
on how big it is.
Okay.
All in favor of bringing it out here?
I guess I'm in that camp because I still feel too frigid to move quietly.
It's 2-2, right? You didn't raise your hand for either of them.
He's too busy trying to speak with animals right now.
Either we go in there and we end up fighting it in a small cave, or it comes out here and then it could run away.
You think, as like a wolf or something, you'd be fast enough to run in and lure it out? Or no? You think it's faster than you?
I could probably pull it out if I baited it. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I didn't either. You could do something small, but that feels like, a limited use.
What do bears like to eat?
Everything.
Every
Well,
people, I think.
What if you guys?
This one does.
I mean, you could lure it out with your
You
self.
don't even need to change.
Here's an
I
idea.
saw it. I was just thinking so you don't have to waste your wild shapes. Maybe turning into like a wolf. so that you could fight as a wolf until you switch back.
I got an idea here.
Okay.
Where? Let me see. Oh, dude.
These guys.
I can turn into a wolf. I can turn into a hawk too.
I was hoping there was like a.
And that was the day I quit playing D&D.
All right.
Bit on back then.
Maybe
Is there like
You
a
know,
ram or a sheep or something?
I could cast mage armor and see if it. I
Well,
want
we-
magic surge of fireball. That'll definitely lure it.
I'm trying to see if there's a stat block for a sheep.
I'm gonna cast
Yeah.
mage armor, so
Yeah,
there's
there
gonna
is.
be the chance anyways.
Yeah, but how useful is that in combat?
I have a feeling you just want to fireball yourself.
I do only have 25 health right now, so.
What exactly do you need to know over sheep?
I just want to know its speed
30 feet,
and its HP.
3 hit points.
3 hit points.
Maybe something else.
Okay, this one I said is 4. Okay.
Just trying to
Oh, I
scan
also
my
have
hit point.
advantage on strength and dexterity saving throws made against effects that would knock me prone.
As
As
a
a
sheep?
sheep? As a sheep.
Well, you're gonna be dead anyways,
All right,
whether it's
guys.
actually prone or
It's
not.
gonna hit.
Here's the plan. We know it like sheep. I'm gonna transform into a sheep. I'm gonna go in there, and I'm gonna bait it out. You guys
Isn't a wolf faster?
get ready to attack it. We might not want to eat a wolf.
It might.
I don't think so.
And as a wolf, you have a lot higher odds of escaping.
I feel
Or
like
as a sheep,
the
so you're
chances.
there to avenge your fallen brothers.
You can't wild shape into half a sheep,
But
can
if you guys prepare to,
You're saying we get ready to jump it when it comes out of the cave.
Night sheep just hit different, that's all I'm saying.
Bad sheep.
He's avenging his family.
now I'm looking at a goat.
You killed my parents.
It's the same thing, but it's faster. All right, I'm a goat. Actually, I'm a ram because it said for rams use the goat stat block.
The ram has like a charge attack too.
All right. I'm gonna turn into a ram, not a sheep,
Okay,
because they're a little faster.
sure, yeah.
What?
I'm gonna goat it out.
No, you're gonna ram it out.
Honestly,
You guys prepare to
I'm
attack it as it
surprised
exits the
Spirits
cave.
gave you a try.
Can you guys do that?
For that joke, I would have canceled it. Yes. We're ready to fight it when you charge in there, and you draw it out, and we kick its butt.
The classic make a plan for 20 minutes. And
It's just for
Check.
it to be completely empty
Yeah.
inside there.
Yeah, he's
that
gone.
bear's behind us. He's just
He's like,
listening to us
he's
the whole
like,
time.
that is a good plan. But have you considered the fact that the bear might not be in there?
Oh, the sex guy really had a good
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Whoa, dude.
Should you cast a slow fall on us?
Just make us all rams. The ram shows up perfectly.
Can I be a chimera?
I just click the fucking. Oh, there we go. Every time I click the fucking.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
but when you drop them.
Put him
Come
in
on,
the cave.
weird.
Put him in the cave.
Ah!
Oh,
Ah!
rocks.
Ah, rocks.
Wait for the big cave.
Damn, that's
We
way,
just seen the entire
a way
cave.
bigger cave
What
than I
the
thought.
fuck is going on? Hold on.
You tell us. We don't know.
Oh, I thought this valley was a little more open.
How's that? Why does that work?
This is in the cave.
This is in the cave?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is not in the cave.
What?
Dude, I think the
We
cave's
really
bigger
don't
than
know
the
what's
canyon.
going on.
Is this a canyon?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe we-
Well,
Maybe he shouldn't have turned into a goat.
can I get up on like a ledge or something? I don't feel safe down here. Then again,
Maybe we
bears
want to
can
go in
claw
the
him.
cave.
Okay, so
I thought this was a cave.
it's
God,
an
I'm
entrance. into
I'm
the
so
side of the
dumb.
mountain.
I'm looking, I'm like, we're missing a guy. He's a fucking ram.
No, my character's right there.
He's there and he's around.
Yeah, we were missing a guy. I wasn't wrong. The young Kane. He's up there, dude.
He was chilling up there. He's fine.
He's chilling. That's all
He's
right.
cold.
Yeah, I'm cold. Leave me alone.
I'm cold too.
All right. In retrospect, after looking around a little bit more and realizing what our environment is
Yeah,
like,
I didn't
which I
realize we
somehow
were
did not
that.
realize there was these 30-feet walls surrounding us.
Crazy.
Maybe we just go in the cave and fight
Okay.
After careful consideration of our surroundings.
it. I opened my eyes.
A little bit. Try to get you.
That whole time you're sitting there like, I could be a ram.
So this basically, if you're looking at a hill, large hill that had an opening going into it. My bad for not fully explaining that.
I'm
It does
thinking-
not appear to be like a cave entrance right
Yeah.
away, or any. It just appears like the footprints have made their way in this direction. As far as what is in there and beyond it, around it, on top of it, you can't really tell because it's about 44 feet tall. There's jagged rocks and stuff coming off from everywhere. You can still
Like
see
that.
like moonlight on the other side of that like entrance. It just appears to be like a hole in the side of this hill face that there's some crevices and stuff within that you have made your way to right now. It kind of rounds up at the top and meets in some spots, but there are broken chunks of rock at the top that make like openings where light is like coming in through here.
Well, is this our marching order?
Moving as a squad. Look at that.
How do we want to be?
I'm definitely in the front.
I won't be in that.
Definitely in the middle.
Okay.
I feel like they need to change the goat stat block and allow them to climb all
Yeah.
terrains,
Vertical surfaces.
vertical surfaces.
Yeah.
This is a clear oversight on goats.
Maybe the new.
What would you do to
players
get
names
that
would-
mineral?
Any opposition with this marching
2013
order?
guys?
No,
No.
not particularly.
Just kind of randomly threw you guys how I thought you would want to be. Okay.
Damn,
also have-
you are tiny, dude.
I have dark vision.
You basically get to this
I don't. I'm
corner.
about to cast light.
Blind as hell.
If I could get a perception check from both Brodir and Sigrid.
So I do it with disadvantage because I'm blind as hell.
Mm.
I guess I'm already at disadvantage.
No, you can see from
Double
the
disadvantage.
moonlight.
-2.
Can I have 4 different disadvantages?
You can see from
can.
the moonlight.
I still have
Yeah,
that
give
kind
him 4 disadvantage.
Quadruple
He asked for it.
disadvantage. Take all 4 lowest numbers.
I rolled 2 14s.
I'm going to.
What is that? What do you add to it?
What was it?
I'm going to use my inspiration die.
Perceptions? 15.
Sheesh, +1. Better than me.
17.
Might take a point of
17.
wisdom next time.
Don't ask me to
You guys
intimidate
get
anyone.
out to
though.
about here
Oh, fuck.
and look down to see a
Actually, I have a 0
fireplace
intimidation.
Hey,
in the
it's a
distance.
fire.
You can see the silhouette of a creature just based on the way the moonlight is coming down and the way that the fire is kind of going. It's tall, maybe 14 or so feet. It's very bulbous in its shape. It has its head like very furrowed into its body. It's kind of walking around with these big kind of sluggish movements. You can see it grabbing what appear to be like large bodies essentially. It's hard to tell if it's animal or whatever, and just like kind of like taking a stick and slamming it through it and then like setting it up on top of the fire. You hear, once you kind of turn that corner, the two of you see it moving, and you don't really know exactly what it is, but you see it before everybody else just like walks out around the corner, like right into the line of sight of it. It doesn't appear to have noticed you at this point, but it does appear to have kind of just like stood up by the fire and the way that it's stepping. Now that you guys have stopped since you were traveling through here, because walking through before it's kind of like this. You kind of like halt the kind of marching order here
Give 'em
and stop and then kind of like look over to the corner. You guys are more than welcome to all kind of do the same and peer down.
That's not a bear.
Oh, nah.
Does that boy turn into?
I know him.
Looking
Like
at it from
personally?
the
Yeah.
distance, like this is what you can see at the end. You can't see to the right, like around this corner, obviously, because you haven't turned it.
The last
But
fight.
That's Steve.
You see that the path does turn and continue right, and looking, Sigrid, you can see that the foot, like the paw, like the tracks, do not go here and stop here. They go and continue around this corner.
Bear's here too?
There's a bear and a
I'm scared about the bear.
What if this dude killed the bear?
So, Brodir and Sigrid, actually everybody can make a history check.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so good at history.
With the other three of you, like when they stopped, have looked around the corner to see like exactly what it is they're looking at.
Cooking
I'm assuming.
with hot oil.
Yes.
No, like
Oh,
water.
natural 20.
Nice.
Unnatural 20.
Same.
For a total of 24.
Oh, history.
History. Oh, that's a 7. Nope, actually, it's
19.
5.
Okay. Loktash, you know that this creature, like kind of looking at it from where you're kind of peering and looking, it is a troll. So, unlike what you think a troll normally to be, like, it is of a giant type, but giants within Midgard, this world that you live in, for you guys, stone giants are kind of revered. They're like, basically the first like stone like carvers and rune carvers. There's lore and stuff intertwined with them that's like not super relevant to this, but like stone giants, as far as they're concerned, are like kind of revered by you guys. They're very powerful creatures. Even like thoughts and stories of them being from Asgard and coming from there, because Asgard is this place of like great, powerful, primal, like not quite god, but strong like warriors and creatures that kind of come from there.
Strong like bulls.
Stone giants being one of them. However, when like trolls come into effect, they're not really like super hostile and like kill everything, eat everything they see. They kind of are more like that than any other like giant kind of would be. You're not sure as far as like other types of giants go, but like as far as like the hierarchy of giants, trolls are like a lesser giant basically. They have some form of intelligence, can be like slightly communicated with. You've never really seen one. You've never actually like encountered one. You've definitely heard stories of them just from people coming through the village and tales and whatever being passed about. As far as like books go, it's not really a thing. So like your knowledge would come from that. Your knowledge is more from like word of mouth and experiences of other people. And you do remember times and times again, like people coming to the village telling stories about trolls in the mountains, people telling stories about having meals with trolls and conversations with them, and then other people having stories about running into trolls that all they wanted to do was eat them. So there's kind of this like in between of like what exactly could occur from it.
Do they speak giant?
They do.
Okay.
Guys,
Yeah.
that's a troll.
It looks like a troll.
You are definitely aware of it being a troll as well, like with yours, but as far as like the deep-seated knowledge that he would have on it from the natural 20, like you don't share as much of that.
You think we can reason with it?
Maybe. I can tell you though that didn't leave the tracks we've been following.
Well, the tracks continue on.
Do you think it's allied with this bear in some way?
Could be.
I think we
Or
should
they just understand each other? I don't know.
try to make wise decisions.
We could try to talk to it.
Well,
I could try to speak to the bear too, if it's still up there.
Can we make out what kind of like things it was piercing to put over the fire?
Most of them looked like large deer.
Okay, not like people.
Are there any people shapes in the pile?
human skulls.
You're a little more charismatic than me. Maybe you can go talk to him.
I'll talk to him,
I
dude.
don't speak giant.
-2.
I speak giant.
Go down
I
below.
also speak giant.
I
But
also
this is
speak
all-
What's your
giant.
charisma?
Disadvantage
Plus
on
0.
ability checks.
Plus
and
0
attacks.
as well.
Not me, I got disadvantage.
Oh,
Damn, we are very charismatic group right here. Oh, you
Viking.
are. You are.
Yes.
You can't speak.
Yeah,
John.
I didn't see John.
We beat Troll! Charge!
Oh. I'm leaving.
Well, either way, we're gonna have to go up there.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as you still want to.
We could try to peek around the corner and see if that bear is waiting for us, though.
The troll will probably spot us as soon as we turn this corner.
You think? They're very perceptive creatures.
I don't know, but we can see it, so why wouldn't it be able to see us?
He does have some big eyes.
He's right in front of the fire, though.
Right. Hard to see out into the dark when you're sitting by a fire.
I don't know.
Well,
Be quiet. What do you think we should do?
I'm
Should we
gonna
fight the
go
troll?
look around the corner.
Quiet? Okay.
You're gonna go look around the corner?
Sneak.
Is anybody else following?
Ooh.
I'm gonna follow him. He's not gonna know though. Damn, he's that sneaky. The guy he's sneaking with doesn't even know he's sneaking with.
I got +2 stealth, but I'm not feeling good.
When you
about
get to
it.
I
here,
am cold as fuck. I am not doing it.
stealth check. If anybody's out there with him, also make a stealth check.
I'm not going out into the opening, but I'm walking like up still, so I'm not so far away from him.
Yeah,
I'll make a good
probably creep up a little bit so we're not like a mile away if something happens.
Yeah, I'll say you can get to here without having to make a check.
Okay. Yeah, I want to get up there too then.
I want to use my guidance charm that I got.
Now's the time.
Stick with the rune in it.
Yeah, from King.
Dave, you said that so like it was so much more lame than it.
Right.
The stick with the rune in it.
Oh, there we go.
That piece of trash with rune in it. Come on.
The random stick he
It's
picked off the
a-
ground and wrote it.
It's a-
shape.
Yeah. He worked hard on it. We just called it a stick.
Doesn't
Stick
matter
with
what
a
you got,
rune.
because I got way bad.
It was way bad. Is it a 1?
No.
Okay. I
Two?
might be able to help you.
Is it a 2? Plus?
Okay.
Bro, 9 is on crazy bad.
23.
23?
9.
9.
9!
9?
I got a natural 9.
You start to sneak up.
He definitely knows you're
This
following
part
him.
that you are at, so essentially this right here, this is an actual like lip where you have to like
That's not the snow.
almost
It's just
push yourself up onto it to get up here, like at this little spot.
Oh, it's like
As you kind of like take and roll onto it, as opposed to trying to like push yourself up and slide around. You take your hands and you like go and like slide. There's this loud kind of like thud, and you're like laying down to where you're covered by like that edge, and you're looking up and you can see Sigrid has like going up against the wall basically, and is like looking. Sorry. My bad. Shit.
Oh no.
Shit.
It's fine. Just stay
It's shaking the screen.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
You watch it kind of like not holding the huge like basically tree stump that it has as a weapon. It's kind of just leaned up against the wall.
What's
it kind of takes a couple of
What's the distance from us to the giant and the fire right now? Or the troll?
from you to him.
Yes. Oh my god, that's everything you make is so far, Billy.
Yep.
I can't cast any spells.
Welcome to the big open world.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you're looking at like 150.
I missed when our battlefields were limited to 60 tiles.
That's a good point.
I like it because it has a completely different element to it because it wasn't there before.
No, I like it a lot.
It's really fun being a melee character in this one. For my first 3 turns, I will be running.
Taking spell sniper next time.
So from you guys, you're still looking at Matt
45.
Murray.
No.
Yeah.
75.
75 feet. Just walks around. The loud thumps and the kind of thuds. You kind of.
Sorry.
Oh, he talks.
Hold
But
on.
he talks.
Just fucking go
Did
down
he say that in common or giant?
Giant. So
Okay.
if you don't
Do you
have
speak
giant,
I
you
do.
You just heard.
I have giant.
You're like, that dude's probably
Like,
eating us.
just loses his shit.
He just like dusts it off.
He's talking. Kind of peel off the wall a little bit.
Alright.
Damn, you just 360'd on him.
He hits him with the 360 no scope.
Holy shit!
Missed.
Spin body. Double
Missed.
tap.
Okay, you kind of come off the wall. Like enough, like where at? How far? Like what's
Oh,
your intention?
I was like planted against the wall when he fell, right?
Right,
Like, I'm
yeah,
like,
just
nope.
like, yeah.
And then I just kind of like, come off, take a couple steps,
I'm peeking my head over the edge.
and I just kind of yell out,
What's up, bitch?
I'm here. I mean you no harm in giant.
Who are you?
Name's Sigrid.
Step forward, not see you.
I'm picking
He's
myself
like-
up and
I can't see you, dude.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
Tiny glasses.
I'm gonna start making my way forward too.
yeah, I'm gonna kind of follow behind.
Can I, as I'm walking a little forward, I'll like walk past the edge there. I want to take a look off to the right.
like to here, and then you look over.
Yeah.
This is what you see with a large kind of opening here.
Is he like looking like above me, thinking I'm a giant or something?
Yeah, he's just like looking out in the general area, but
Oh.
once you kind of step forward around that corner,
down here.
you see him kind of.
Oh, tiny human.
Average size.
Big warehouse.
Human not come here ever.
Nice.
Especially winter. No human.
It is cold.
I'm
The
gonna-
spirits led me here.
What spirit?
Solkir.
Skulko?
Close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That one.
You Viking.
Oh no.
You're a troll.
Viking thinks no best. Viking tastes just like everything else.
Yeah. It's not my fault. He's right.
I'm gonna speak up as he turns around. I'm
Oh
gonna
no,
say,
here it goes.
we're looking for a bear.
Oh my god.
Are you still like at this edge, or did you come up?
I came up.
Okay.
I'd probably make my way to where he was.
Okay. Got it.
On the edge. Or on the ledge.
I do that.
I'll look over
He
there.
might be the bear's protector. Let's bring her around.
Like over here.
No,
I'm
no, I'm
thinking
just gonna
it
look
might
over
be-
the edge with him.
Yeah, he's like a.
Oh, I want to get on the
I
ledge.
don't know.
Oh, on it.
Yeah.
That's what I think it
There we
is.
go.
Steiner.
Yeah, I'll follow right behind. How high is the ledge? Like if
It's
like
like, it's
I
like
had
a
to-
like a chest
Yeah,
height
shit
thing.
goes down.
Oh.
It's kind of more like chest height, yeah.
I'll go up the ledge then. I want to be like if I need to move up there, I want to be already up there.
You don't want to use your whole turn getting up.
Yeah,
That was my.
I got limited movement, and these maps are gigantic. So I'd rather be up the ledge. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that 5 feet of movement's gonna come in handy later.
It might.
It definitely will.
You never know.
Could take half your movement to get up.
It does take care of movement to get up.
More human?
That's a little
Look for bear.
generalized.
What's
Yeah.
What's he saying?
You're very right.
Bear that come to cave. Bear live in cave. Bear leaves trolls alone. Bear not like taste of troll, I think.
Troll not want to fight bear.
You might not
You
be
see him
good
like,
here.
what you laugh at?
They can't even understand him.
I
Yeah,
can't.
I can't.
Oh,
I laugh. Brody doesn't have emotions. He can laugh.
Tell him you don't want to fight him either.
Look, I don't want to fight you either.
Viking definitely die, fight bear.
would you help us
Viking
fight the
die,
bear?
fight troll maybe. Why I fight bear?
We got a problem with the bear.
I have no problem with bear.
It's got
I
a
have
point, bro.
problem
Bro,
with
he's
humans
got a point. Like,
You have a problem with humans?
bothering me.
We're not here to bother you.
He like puts his hands
you
out
are
towards his
bothering
food.
him.
He's trying to eat.
That's your food. We don't want it. And we
Just-
won't mess with you.
Just here for bear.
At this point, he like kind of gets up from sitting down at the fire like he was gonna eat. You watch him reach over and just like grab the tree stump and kind of drag it a little bit as he walks towards you. You can feel the air, like the ground around you shaking. He takes a few steps, getting closer this time.
Just want to grab his belt.
The closer he looks, you can see he kind of like grabs and pulls at like whatever cloth he has like in front of him as he kind of steps forward.
2 tree trunks.
Multi-attack.
It's not a tree trunk.
Misty step.
Humans have shiny things. Troll like shiny things. Give troll shiny thing, troll let pass.
Sure. I've got some coin.
Troll like food.
Some trinkets.
Shiny food.
Troll eat one of you, let rest pass.
No.
They
No.
did say one of us was gonna, their lives was gonna change.
So when we got
I'll do it.
like months ago when you said we got some gold stuff, but we
I got
gold
29.
is
like,
kind of
uh,
in the form of like items, right?
Treasure.
I got 29 gold coins worth of something in my bag.
Yeah, I have something
Let
too.
me check my inventory.
I'm gonna pull out like a gold necklace.
I have. We
When you
have.
pull it out and do that, he kind of just like thuds down to a knee and puts his huge hand kind of up.
I'll walk over and put it in his hand.
Yeah. You set it down and he goes,
Does he need more?
I don't know yet. He kind of reaches and like grabs it. You can see his nails like barely kind of holding it. Once the moonlight hits it,
You like it?
troll like. Good enough.
That was like 0.5 gold, dude.
I'm gonna give you more.
That'll be 10 gold worth.
Yeah, I figured that'd probably be about 10 gold.
Ask him how much gold he needs to fight the bear.
Would you fight the bear for more shiny things?
Troll not one die.
He's that's
This
valid.
guy's
That's valid.
this guy low-key spitting facts. Like,
I don't blame him
I
at
don't know.
all.
He's got the background of what happens in our parties
Like,
to NPCs.
Yeah. He knows. He's learned from previous campaigns.
Troll like food. Troll like shiny. Troll like flutter.
Troll
Well-
being alive.
Troll like being alive.
I hope you don't mind. We might cause some ruckus over there.
As long as not bother troll. Troll not mine. Other trolls though, not sure.
There's more?
There's more.
Sometimes trolls come. Sometimes trolls leave. Sometimes find troll dead.
We'll try to be fast then. Thanks, Mr. Troll.
We should ask Brewster Troll if he wants to be a Viking. He's kind of sick.
I guess we can just start walking away. As we're walking away, what do you call yourself? What's your
Troll.
name? Just Troll?
Just troll.
Okay.
Troll the troll. Let's go.
I'm guessing he calls other trolls troll too.
Yeah.
I think they're all just troll. I think that's just how it
I
works.
thought it'd be like
Super cool name or something.
Troll's kind of a cool name.
You could give him a name. Maybe that's part
In
of your.
RuneScape, trolls are named after the first thing.
Maybe that's part of your trials to give him a name.
That guy's name's Human, weirdly enough.
Wait a second.
Weird. Yeah, his name is Brodier.
That's actually a perfect name.
Brodier
Well, that's his
Senior, as a matter of fact.
Like, hey, I'm looking for my friend. Like, my name's so and so. What's your name? He's like, Kane. Never mind.
I'm actually not looking for him anymore.
Well. It's like, I don't want something back there.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we kill this bear, we'll just say, hey, you want to eat this bear? And maybe he'll be our friend. After that, he said he likes food.
What, you want to invite him to the village too for a cookout or something?
No, I think we invite him to the village to join. This guy's a homie.
Guard our village.
Okay.
I'd like to know.
All he needs is shiny things and food. Like, we got
He
that.
could just take that tree trunk and bat harpies out of the air.
Bink.
You begin to progress into the actual cave itself.
Oh, the real game.
You can see that the way that this kind of is, like, where you entered from was basically just like the front face of some sort of large rocky hill, like mountain, that's kind of broken and over time has had this natural crevice kind of carved into it that leads into an entrance. So once you get into the actual cave, it gets quite silent. Feel like I have cave
Darker
music.
too?
Darker initially, no. Darker eventually, yes. That is not the music I want.
Should probably cast dark vision on myself.
I can make some light if
Sounds
it's
like
like
cave exploration music.
Like we could make light, or we can.
Well, I need light. I can't see in
Is
this.
Harry Potter music?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
No, I think it's from Darkest Dungeon or something. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
I think I had a little bit more. I may have.
That's not.
From what we've heard.
Okay.
Do I have a torch in my bag?
The cave walls
just do a
are
light cantrip.
frozen over in solid ice. Is there anything you want to do before you head in?
And I mean, whatever I cast light on, I can cover it up so it's kind of dim. But it's still going to be pretty obvious. But I'm going to be blind in there.
I mean, my produce flame emits 20 feet of light.
Same. 20 feet. 20 feet bright light, 20 feet dim light.
Yeah. Oh, do you have it too?
I have the light cantrip.
Oh.
I can attach that to like an object too, so it doesn't have to be
It's like a flashlight.
like I don't have to be.
Attach it to your forehead. It's like a headlamp.
I could just do it to the top of your torch, and then it's like a torch.
I don't have a torch.
Do you have a stick?
I didn't bring this guy. I don't have anything.
Oh, it's 10 foot bright, 10 foot dim.
Maybe I'll just put it on the end of your wall. Do I do that now? I'm gonna go in there. I'm not gonna be able to see.
Does anybody have dark vision?
I do.
No.
I do. Oh, okay.
If you wanna put that on there, I mean,
You wanna
better
go-
off seeing than not
you-
seeing.
Before we go, you want to ask him how far in the bear is?
To be honest, I
don't
think
think
he
he
was kind of
knows.
done with the conversation.
Okay.
Probably doesn't go in there either.
Probably right.
He's like, I give him room, he gives me room, I don't care.
Sure, yeah.
It's like they're roommates. They
Right.
don't talk to each other.
Don't go
People have their own fridges.
Yeah.
The fridges here, I think, are just kind of the ground. Okay, well, I can cast light, and then we can just cover it so that it's dimmer until we need to
last, what, 10 minutes?
No, an hour.
Oh, an hour?
Yep. No concentration.
Cast a random
So you're
spell,
spellcaster
wild
for a long
magic,
time.
fireball, the
If I was
explosion
using
lights up the
hand-to-ability
cave.
on myself,
Genius.
Smart. And warms us up.
Yeah,
Cantrips.
and warm.
We probably lose our hypothermia.
does that give me advantage on all my attacks?
What?
It's ability. Is it? What's it say? Ability.
Enhance?
It
what?
says all wisdom checks.
Yeah, but that's not an attack.
Yeah. So it would. Yeah.
It would specify those attacks.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. I just didn't know.
I'm gonna have like a cloth ready, and then I'm gonna take. I'm gonna cast light on the end of Brodir's maul, and then cover it with a cloth.
You dex, so you get advantage.
You
on
kind of cover
initiative.
it similar to like a flashlight or a blanket. Like there's still a little there, but it's not like glowing ambiently into the room, so it works. The cave walls are frozen over in solid ice the further you get in. You can feel the wind that was kind of blowing outside slowly dissipate the further you get in until it is stale and quiet air. The breath rolling from your mouth, you can see it like a cloud leaving your lips. The little light you had faded out until someone lights a torch or whatever means, like using the light spell. You begin to crest like a little through, like there's like this portion where you crest through like this bit of where there's light, like it's really dark inside. And once you're inside, like these pathways you're walking through are, 30 or so feet wide. Like they're pretty big. There's no like issues with you like walking around. You're not having to walk side by side. You can tell whatever bear is walking through here has to be, the cave has to be big enough for it to want to go in through here because it is quite a large bear. But in that, where you're losing that, or where you're gaining that kind of room and space, you're losing the ability to see further into it as this darkness is so vast inside of here. To see the ceiling is a little difficult. You can just kind of see the edge of it with whatever dim light is being illuminated. So as far as a marching order goes, basically the same as when you guys walked up into here, or
I want to be in the front.
in the front, you said? Yeah. So just you two up front, and then you kind of just right behind Sigrid.
Yeah.
And, okay.
And up the rear.
Alright, you guys begin walking further and further in. It's quiet, but every now and then you feel like you can sense some sort of slight rumble or movement, or you don't know if it's just the cave kind of like shifting and settling or whatever it may be. You look up and you can see very, very large like stalactites from the ceiling where the ice has kind of formed these like icicles off of the ceiling, but it's coming off of the actual rocks that are there. Like some sort of water kind of makes its way through the cracks of the top of the cave and then drips down through these, forming some sort of icicles at the tops. When you look at them and you feel like you feel that slight rumble, and you look up at the top of the cave, you can see the tops of them kind of shaking, like the water like ripples and drips off. You can hear the drops hitting the ground every now and then in random spaces. This cave is pretty bare. There's not like any. Wow, that was not intended to be.
Pretty bad.
There's not a lot like on the
The whole cave's a bear?
floors. Yeah. It's like Aladdin with
Yeah.
but
Would you say the cave? Would you say the cave entrance is ajar?
the
Billy took a jar out of his vocabulary because of us.
I don't say that anymore.
Worth.
I really don't. I'm like cursed in
I was gonna get bullied.
Yup.
Didn't work for me. I'm still stupid.
The further you get into the cave, the darker it seems, and the more vast this cave actually seems. It's a very straight path, though. There's not like multiple forks and turns and whatever it may be. It's just kind of like this singular path that kind of winds, and there's even one spot where it actually does kind of split off, and you go down the wrong path before you find some sort of a dead end that just has like a little pool of water sitting at the end of it. You gotta check it really quick. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just like a puddle of where it's starting to pool here. Make your way back down the path and begin to walk further and further into the cave to where you can actually start to hear these kind of slight groans that you're trying to make sense of, and like if they're actually like maybe a growl, or if it's just the cave again, and it's just this very, very low kind of like, sounds like creaking almost, but you can't tell from how far it is and the way it's bouncing and kind of reverberating through the cave if it's a growl or a kind of slight groan, or maybe just like something within the cave itself. You're following the source of it though, like the more you're going into the cave, the more you're hearing it, the more clear it's starting to become. And you're starting to realize that it's not this like kind of long, like drawn out, like, it's the echoing of it as it goes further through the cave. You can hear this like, but where you are kind of like, the closer you get, the less it echoes as you're catching the sound further. You get to a point where you can see at one end of this, like the cave kind of going down, like you can feel the grade of it, like sinking further into the earth almost. There's this very, very wide, kind of narrow, smoothed out tunnel that's like going down into this area. And you can see at the end of that tunnel at the bottom, what appears to be some sort of source of light. You're not really sure what exactly it is, but you can just see like where your light goes to, there's like this darkness between your light and that light at this end here, essentially. You start to travel in a bit further. You begin to keep hearing that kind of, and it's kind of to the point where it's like, it's just kind of rumbling against the sides of the walls. It's no longer echoing to you. You're catching it before it starts to bounce off the walls, and the smooth cave walls itself kind of give a little echo and vibration to it, but the growl and the little kind of huff itself has a strong enough presence to it to where you can feel it on the very like walls and like beneath your feet even, like kind of vibrating. Overboard, bear cave. Oh no. Wait.
Whoa.
That's so cool.
See, there's a bear in there?
It's about to be a bear fight.
Barely see anything.
This is advanced.
That's hilarious.
There's like a slight glow here, so I probably.
Cold as unbearable.
Daytime again.
I can barely hear this guy.
Well, let's see if your guys' characters pop up in here. Oh, okay, something's fucked up with it. I have to figure that out. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys all right here.
It's our guys.
That's us. And we're right here.
Yeah, we're here.
Holy shit, boys. We made it. Who's that?
Who's that?
Who's that?
Is that the bear?
Just been coming with us the whole time.
What are you guys looking for?
The bear's actually a troll
I'm looking
druid.
for a bear. You seen him?
Oh shit.
No, I haven't seen any bears
Oh,
around.
no bears here.
He's got the disguise glasses and mustache.
Shit, I guess there's no bears here.
What'd you
No
do
bear,
before you
only
became
troll.
an adventurer? I taught fire safety.
Oh my god, it's Smokey. He is a bear.
At this point, you get to the end of this kind of cave. It narrows a little bit, but you can see the sides, like of the wall. There is fur just kind of rubbed off against it. There's even like cracks in the actual stone itself from the bear like pushing itself into here. And you can also see what appears to be like the ice itself is kind of cracked and broken. The walls themselves have ice just kind of going down the sides. And you can hear on the inside like these kind of like and then you start to kind of hear this like
I thought there was a chance we were gonna catch him sleeping.
If we wait till he's done eating, he might be.
Ain't this boy supposed to be hibernating? What's going on
After
here?
he
That's why he's
eats.
so pissed.
Yeah.
Somebody woke him
He's
up.
mad.
It was probably the troll.
He was being loud. He had friends
The
over.
troll blamed it on the Vikings, and now it's our problem.
Yeah.
How do you guys want to? What are you doing?
I want to sneak forward and get a look inside.
Do we think we can negotiate with it?
Make a stealth check.
Not at all.
I'll cast Speak with Animals right now.
That's an option.
Odds it like
Closer.
shiny.
I've been proposing this for like
He's
the
like,
whole
let
time.
Me, let me do it. You like run in, try to speak to him. He just.
Not bad. 15?
15.
The bear also rolled a stealth check.
He's behind us.
No way.
Kane's been the bear this whole time.
If you're a bear legally, you have to tell us.
Is this a cave?
I can barely believe him.
I'm withholding.
There's trees in here?
Whoa! The bear's only got 10 health, guys. We're chilling.
Perfect. I think I could get it from here.
He shakes around too.
Shakes the kid. He heard you.
From where you stepped in right here,
Yeah.
Casts fireball.
you can see him over here.
That's a big bear.
Actually, he actually has a motion sensor if anybody walks through that entrance.
It's got a ring bell.
There
How can
a
I
lot
help you?
of kind of
Leave the
broken
package.
spots in the ceiling where
Holy
there's like
food's
this
here.
moonlight kind of shining down into this room.
My Gouda. They delivered themselves.
And it's so like bright because of it being like a full moon, like it was like the nights prior or whatever, that it's like shining in here like well enough to like where you can see at least. In the distance, like where that bear was. Did I lose him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the other
I'm
corner.
turned around. I'm turned around.
Oh,
Turn
God.
around.
This, where you can see, you start to hear that kind of like crunch, and it's just piles and piles of bone from various things just all over the ground. The bear does not seem to have noticed that you are in here, but it doesn't seem like it's not aware of something possibly coming in. Like, once you kind of step a little closer, like you watch it going from like tearing into some just like assortment of bodies and stuff in front of it, to its head kind of like popping up, covered in blood dripping from like the sides of the jowls. It's kind of like, and then it puts its face back down.
Okay, seriously, why is Gadolin like the most unlucky tribe to be a part of?
That's all I'm saying.
Like, and then they gotta call us. You guys might as well join us.
We're always leaving.
Yeah.
It's a big bear.
They owe us.
Make sure you check the
Claymores?
Yeah.
This opens up into like a huge area as well. Like there's like
flame back there?
trees. There's trees kind of growing in here.
Somebody living back there, Billy?
You do see a slight glow of energy coming from back there.
Energy.
I'm not sure exactly what
He
it is.
didn't say
Okay,
fire, he
it's
said
fucking fire.
he
All
said
right, sorry.
The bear knows how to make fire. We can't fight this guy.
Technically,
He's
light
too
is
good.
a type of energy,
I
so
told you, he
he's
taught
not
people
wrong.
fire safety.
That fire doesn't look real safe. That's all I'm
They
saying.
gotta try to burn his
Only
forest.
you can prevent wildfires. Do we just want to...
What's the plan?
He looks like a friendly fellow. I feel
I
like
don't think so. You hear the growling and like the ripping of organs?
Look at his face.
Ah!
Is he smiling?
Oh yeah, he is all teeth.
He's all teeth. See, he's smiling. He's friendly. Right. That's why we're here. Right. Tall's him? 3 of them? Said I can't even go.
I'm not stupid. God, I just can't talk well.
So you're basically stupid.
I should have just put it as my fucking name. I should have. Try to be different.
What are you guys doing?
About to be on a TikTok. I said to Steve.
You're the leader. What are we doing?
Yeah, what's the plan?
We just.
What's the most effective way to fight a bear?
Are we Viking charging him? Just tell me to run at him. I'll run at him, bro.
Shoot it. Shoot it now.
How far am I from this thing, Billy?
His character yelled.
Yeah, at least a quarter mile. Couple thousand feet, probably.
30 tiles.
150?
It's 155.
155.
Was yours 180? 180 infinite?
You guys standing at the entrance looking at Sigrid, you can see that he's like leaned against the wall, and like when he gets around the corner, he just kind of has this like frozen moment where he's just like staring like, holy shit. You can see the bear itself, probably 20 or so feet long. It's extremely tall. Right now it's almost like sitting down as it's like just tearing into the food in front of it. It's covered in blood in various spots. It has wounds on it.
Maybe the trial is being smart enough to walk away. I don't know.
Like the way the answer was in our hearts all this time.
Could be. Never
With
know.
the power of friendship, anything is possible.
Exactly. We just.
So let's kill him.
Well, you only gotta move 5 feet closer, so.
And then charges this way.
Well, maybe.
Hey, why are we so far? We're probably like 30 feet, or 30 tiles away right there, dude.
At least. Probably like a good 120 feet from him.
That's more than my
It's like 40.
movement.
Move us up.
Move us like almost next to him. There's no way the bear can see us.
I had to
with the
make
wall
a,
there.
I had to make a stealth check.
We gotta get in here and
You can get to here without having to make a check.
I'm making the check.
If you want to get closer, you have to make a stealth check.
I'll go forward. I want to be standing by Sigrid.
You're going up?
Yep.
Stealth.
How far away are we?
10.
Okay.
Guys, I need to cast.
Again, you're
Midgard.
watching it.
And I'm gonna have to
Tearing
roll
into
to
it.
see
You
if I
hear
do,
like a couple of
magic.
footfalls behind you, and you watch it kind of. And then it puts its face back down and starts.
That's one big motherfucker.
I'm saying.
How can you guys see anything in
Well, you can see a lot of it. It's like all lit up by the moonlight.
here? Oh.
Just like slowly drawing my great sword out.
You scared?
Okay, I'm going for it. I'm gonna walk in front of him. Okay, not in front of him. In front of him. I'm kind of sneaky actually. +3. Stealthy like that.
It's because you're not wearing shoes.
True. No disadvantage.
What do you have disadvantage from?
Don't matter.
That's good.
It don't matter.
Oh,
16
wow.
or 17.
What do you got disadvantage?
You
from?
see-
Because I'm cold.
You
They're
see
both
them.
hurting.
You see them essentially like hungered up. You watch Kane walk up, and as he walks up, you can see him like you hear him say like "holy fuck" basically, or "fuck" to some degree, and then you watch him taking the greatsword out, very slowly looking forward. And you're kind of like, okay, like what are we looking at here? You walk forward, and then you couldn't really put 2 and 2 together. Like you're like, okay, we're going after a bear. Like the size of its paw like wasn't even like registering of like.
I'm
okay.
not stupid. I'm just kidding.
It doesn't really fully come around. Like you can't fathom it until you actually see the bear, and it's like kind of hunched over, and it's just this huge form off in the distance. You can see blood kind of splashing around. It doesn't pick its head up when you start to slowly kind of sneak your way forward and walk.
How far am I from everyone?
From everyone. Back here,
Yeah. Is there somebody next to me?
35
There's a
feet.
druid.
I'm just back there.
Huh?
Resident Druids.
Oh.
I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability on myself.
Okay.
Give myself Cat's Grace, which is Dex. And I'm gonna go up to them.
Whereabouts? Next
I got
to, behind.
sturdy feet movement.
You can move as far as you want.
Yeah.
Up by Brodier, past Brodier,
I'll be
into
like-
here.
You can go all the way up to the bear. if you
over to the
want.
right a little bit.
Good. Don't group up, guys. He can charge right into you right now.
I'll
Make
catch
yourself
his
check.
ass.
Catch him. Send him back. Counter charge him.
Obviously, I'm
16.
really same length,
16?
so
Yeah.
I'll stop. I'll stop him for
You
sure.
kind of step in and kind of get behind Brodier and do
No,
the same.
no, no.
You kind of look over and can see the bear. And for each of you, there's that initial like, oh shit. And then when you see that, you're kind of like, I'm gonna go like a little bit this way.
You make your stealth check.
Me?
I'll
Move to you?
You succeed.
I'm not moving.
What?
I just
Stealth check?
I'm gonna go.
I did.
I
Oh, no,
mouth
it's just
to you
asking.
like
I'd move so that
come
I'm
closer. You don't have to be here.
No, I know. I'm gonna move so that I'm 25 feet away from everyone because fireball has a 20-foot radius, just in the off chance that it does happen. And I'm readying mage armor for as soon as things start. That's why I want to be 25 feet away.
At
so I
this
don't hit
point,
anyone
you
else.
watch the bears like kind of like tearing into the food in front of it. You watch it kind of just like push it to the side, and then it starts to take several steps this way too, where you can see another like little pile of bodies that it just starts to like dig into.
But he turns the opposite direction.
What do you think this guy's movement is?
Like 3.
At least 40. I can do Ray of Frost to drop it.
I
by
walk
10
that
every
way?
turn, though. But I would have to recast it every turn. It's not that much.
Gets closer, and as he gets closer and goes to like put his face down in the body or whatever it is that's in front of him to start tearing into it, you watch him like put the claw on, and you can see like this huge kind of form, whether it be like a horse or a deer or even another bear, as it puts its claw onto it, just from the weight of it. It's not having to like dig into it and pull.
cuts through
It just
it.
like pushes into it and like bleeds into it deeply, and then it just like pulls its claw away, almost separating it before it starts to eat the internals. As it's doing that, it kind of picks its head up and is like looking towards the entrance.
Don't worry about what's going on over here. Eat your food.
Hey Billy,
Yes.
that platform thing.
This?
Yeah. Can we actually like get on top of that?
You can try.
I'll just walk over towards it.
Damn,
and
I
use
knew I should
Misty
have cast
Step.
slow fall on everyone.
How far can you misty step?
30 feet.
30 feet.
Need you to make a stealth check.
Another 16.
Okay. Misty step and
I'm gonna.
Misty stuff makes a really loud noise.
I'm just gonna wait there for a second.
Me and Brody should probably take the lead. Stay spread out.
Do you think I could pick up the bear and
How
use
far
him
am
as
I
a
from
weapon?
Brodier?
If you try, you're
You're
dead.
like 50 feet. Oh, you're farther than that.
60?
60 feet. Oh, shit.
Can't communicate with you currently.
you realize as you say that, Kane, like how much your voice kind of like travels through the cave. Like you're kind of saying it like really soft and quiet, but you're still like watching as you speak. Like Volktesh, you can almost hear it like come around behind you and like wrap into the cave itself. And then you kind of like look and then look over and you can see the bear kind of like picking its head up, looking a little bit more intently now.
It's getting closer.
Are we ready?
I shoot him and run. Knock an arrow. Actually, I want to get to like these rocks where Volktash was before. Yeah,
Okay.
like around there.
Save your.
Stealth check.
Yep. But I still want to be in sight of the bear, so if I'm like hidden, I'm not.
You can see it.
Okay.
But can the bear see you?
Hmm?
be much harder.
No.
Seven?
17. Right?
7D, he says.
You guys all kind of start looking at each other. Bogtash just like kind of jumped his way in, snuck up, kind of crouching, walks up. You watch this puff of energy as he appears, like kind of up on the rock and hunkers himself down. The bear itself digging into the food. You can hear Kane kind of like speaking out, like trying to strategize a little bit. And then he kind of just asks like if you're ready. At that point, Sigrid, you go to sneak out a little further and get some cover. And as you do, your foot kind of slips. You stumble into the stone a little bit and are leaning up against it. You grab the arrow from the quiver and kind of knock it. And as you're like coming up with the arrow, like ready, you just like as you're doing that, you're stumbling and like you're hearing. You don't like hear exactly what's going on, but when you stumble, you hear you're falling. You know, like the, and you're trying to get yourself up. And as you get yourself up, you pull the arrow back, and you can just see barreling towards you the bear itself. The cave itself is shaking. There's stuff kind of rumbling and falling down. You just hear this as it starts barreling towards you.
Cast a mage on the bear.
And that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Wait. Can I roll to see if I wild magic surge first?
Let's save it for next week.
You're gonna make him wait 2 weeks to see if he slows himself up?
Oh, you were back here. I don't want to move. The bear, however, is.
Damn.
Awesome.
All right, cool. Sweet. For next week. Next time, rather. All right, go ahead and end that.